Which of the two will fight to the end and become the new queen? Which of the two will resist the pressure and finally hold the trophy of the victory? Which of the two will inherit the glory of the East? Very soon the battle of wisdom is about to begin. A breathtaking confrontation across the chessboard is imminent.
那我觉得每一次对抗赛都是不同的。我的目标就是认真的去下好每一
Ju
盘棋。
Wenjun has a really strong heart. She will excel at seizing any opportunity. Her willpower will be released on the chessboard, determined to retain her title and stay at the
以
top.
前的比赛每一场棋其实都会是难忘的，但是我觉得在接下来的这场比赛将会是我职业生涯当中最难忘的一场比赛。
Lei Tingjie is the new challenger. She will fight for every inch of the board, eager to showcase her fresh energy and aspiration. Two strong players from the mysterious East, the best teammates and toughest opponents. On the stage of 64 white and black squares, they will demonstrate their best performance and unveil unlimited, exciting possibilities.
Hello everybody and welcome to the final game of the World Championship match between Ju Wenjun, the current world champion, and the challenger Lei Tingjie. Will Ju Wenjun defend her title today? Will Lei Tingjie become the 18th women world champion? Or will we have to wait one more day to find out this result? We'll soon find out. Here in the studio, Grandmasters Alik, Gershon, and Shui. Hello, Shui.
Hello, Alik.
How excited are you for this last game?
Yes, actually, I feel nervous from yesterday. I think both players are amazing in this tournament. I don't want anyone to be the loser, but actually there must be one. And today I think I'm really looking forward. I think it will be a very exciting match, just like the last classical games in men's championship this year.
Absolutely. A lot of tension today. The score is level, 5.5 points each. We can see it on our screens now. Both players exchanged one blow. Lei Tingjie took the lead in round 5 in the Shanghai portion of the match, but Ju Wenjun leveled the score in round 8. Since then, I have the feeling that the world champion has took the match initiative somehow. It feels like in this part of the match, in the Chongqing part, she is pressing a little bit. It doesn't show on the scoreboard too much, but she is closer. Would you agree?
I think so. I think when they come to Chongqing, Ju Wenjun seems like become a much stronger player. She's still very strong in Shanghai, but seems like she becomes a little bit strong in Chongqing.
Yes, maybe finds her rhythm a little bit better, because those little details really matter. And today she is playing white in the last game. It's difficult to win when you must win, but if you in this situation when the score is level, it's a different story.
Yes, and I think for example, let's say if the score is 6-5, after 11th round, the last game will be very exciting. But when the score is equal, it's totally different. Maybe the players in their emotion maybe will changed. So let's just see what will happen in the game.
Absolutely exciting, a very exciting game. Whoever wins today becomes the world champion. There is no tomorrow in this case. But if the game is drawn today, we will have exciting tie breaks. As you said, both we would wish maybe both players to be the world champions, but this is impossible. The rules say you can only have one world champion.
Yes.
And for this reason, there will be, in case of today's, again, in case the game today is drawn, there will be another day of games tomorrow, tie breaks, which will consist of 4 rapid games, 25 minutes each, plus 10 seconds per move. If the 4 games are drawn again, there will be a match of 2 blitz games, 5 plus 3, 5 minutes for each player, plus 3 seconds after each move. If this game is drawn as well, there will be another match, the same. We can go to the venue while we're speaking because we have special guests and the players are ready. Shu, please tell us who will make the first move.
The man who helped Ju Wenjun to play the first move is Wang Yongquan, Deputy Director of the Standing Committee of Changsha District People Congress. The man who helped Lei Tingjie to play the first move as black is Yang Shengyu, President of Chongqing Chess Association.
Thank you, and the players are ready to make their to play their last classical game in this match. Whatever happens, this is the last classical game in the match. Both players are extremely I wanted to say focused, but then as I was gonna say that, Lei Tingjie left the board. This is something we haven't seen before this round. This is interesting.
And actually, today Lei Tingjie wear red color, maybe some brown and red color, but it's for me it's a color like red. And this color is, I think, the last puzzle in the rainbow.
Absolutely, this is the last puzzle of the rainbow. You've said it. You could not have said it better. And I think the red color means something in Chinese culture, right?
Yes.
Please explain.
Red is when we talk about China, a color of China, we will say red, China red in some case, and red means some celebration in, for example, in the Spring Festival or some traditional Chinese festival, we will put some red color writings in front of our doors. This is a sign of celebration, and Chinese players, Chinese really like a red color.
And maybe this is a hint. Maybe she is getting ready for some celebrations today. We will see. She, of course, has a very difficult task because she is playing black today against a 3-time world champion, Ju Wenjun. Not an easy spot to be.
Yes, it's really tough.
And we are really virtually seconds away from the first move. We see the concentrations of the players. Everything is set. The stage is set. We can see the players. We can see the boards. The board. Sorry, there is only one board.
Yes.
And what do you expect? D4, Knight f3, or maybe another surprise?
I think I want to guess Ju Wenjun will go D4, which is her favorite and her most famous openings before. And I think in the last game you will not try something very new to yourself and to your opponent because it's too risky. So I think maybe they will play some traditional openings where they played it really often before.
Absolutely. One thing you don't want to do is get surprised, get mixed up in the opening, and lose this game with white. This you will never want to do, of course. And Ju Wenjun has a very bitter, in this sense, quite a bitter history or experience, you should say, in her last match against Alexandra Goryachkina. She lost, and we see a handshake. She is going to play, and I think we see a d4 move. He's played as you predicted. She doesn't want to try anything new. She wants to be as sure as possible. So as I was saying, in her previous match in 2020, she lost the last game with black. She had the lead going into the last round, so she knows that you can press with white, and you can be very successful in it. So
yes, and Ju Wenjun is a very experienced player in the women's World Championship match, but actually this is her first time to play to an equal score at the last round. The first time she played against Tan Zhongyi as a challenger, she is a 1 point lead, and she draws the last round. And the second time to Lucknow, she is a point down, and she wins the last round. and the third time she is a 1 point up, but lost to Goryachkina in the last round.
So at least they are in the same situation as both have never been in the last game with an equal score. Of course, the challenger for Lei Tingjie, it's the first time ever that one game will decide, or might decide, I should say, the outcome of the whole championship, who will be the next queen for Ju Wenjun. She has been here so many times, and now I think this really matters, because the nerves are getting to you. You can do nothing about it. The stakes are so high here.
And look at Lei Tingjie's face. She feels some confused about last move from Ju Wenjun. And actually, they played something. I don't know what is the name of this opening, but it's like a Queen's Gambit, but
reverse.
Yes,
Queen's Gambit accepted reverse exactly, and having the extra tempo, there might be many subtleties down the road here. So white decides to take the pawn and cling to it, trying to keep the pawn. This means it puts some additional pressure on black, right?
Yes, because this is. I think last game Lei Tingjie hasn't sacrificed a pawn, so this is the 8th game, or maybe the 9th game.
I think it's the 8th game. So yeah, indeed, it was too long since she was playing without being a pawn down. So it's time, and what a better time for us to see material imbalance in the game than in the 12th last round. So both players are playing pretty quickly, which is an indication that they know the position well. But you know, so this choice of an opening by Ju Wenjun, what does it tell you?
I think I'm really wondering. Well, Ju Wenjun plays some moves like. She played bishop b5. This is totally different from what I want to say. I want to say if she played like a4 and b takes c5, then b5. This will be a very risky line for both players.
Yes.
But bishop b5. Actually, I know really rare things in this this opening, so I cannot say white has some moves like bishop b5 or a4. I'm not sure they are good or not, but I think I saw some top players play the style of like a4, b takes c5, b5. I just show it. And the plan for white is to just move your pawn on the queen side. But for black, she has bishop d6, and after castling, then e5, and everything in the center is getting very
Yes, this would be fantastic. It again, it reminds me the same position with reversed colors. It leads to very sharp positions where one side really it pushes the pawns on the queen side, and the other side pushes the pawns in the center. It leads to some very, very interesting lines, and I have to say, this is a very interesting choice by the world champion, because that means she doesn't aim for for this static game to make sure you don't lose. She goes all out.
Yes. In the I think maybe after the 10th round or maybe the 9th round, the conference meeting, we asked the Ju Wenjun, do you know you are the repeat number one ranked player? And she is surprised. She don't know, and she is the rated number 1 in repeat. So actually, I think both players, I think they are much also equal in the repeat or blitz.
Yes, I agree. I agree that both players are really in rapid. You always have this this feeling that it very much depends on the concrete day on which the game is played.
Yes.
Right? In every game it is this way, but in rapids when something doesn't click, it surfaces much faster, right?
Yes.
Because if you don't calculate well, if you then in rapid it's really felt very fast, because in a classical game you have this time to regroup, to say, okay, reboot my brain, and start working. In classical it's all much faster, and there have been many games in this position. One game I want to share with you is the first one I stumbled upon by two players which are not unknown to the chess world. Ali Reza Firouzja played against Sergei Karyakin in 2021. And here, as you said, white castled, black takes the pawn back, b5, bishop d6, a4, black castles, bishop b2, queen b8. This is a very typical way for black to play. Again, I've seen this position from the other side with reverse colors. And there, it should be said, white here has an extra tempo compared to the other position, which might be very important. The point for black here is, as you pointed with the arrows, the queen puts pressure on the b pawn, which prevents the a pawn from moving. The biggest problem, the biggest task for black here is to stop those pawns. If you can stop them on a5, b6, would be fantastic for you. If not, you will have to let them go a5 and then hope to stop it, to stop them later on, which will be much more difficult, of course. Of course, the black pawns are also not going to stand and watch. e5, e4, e5, d4, many possible moves. This is a very exciting position for the last round, because, as we said, both players are risking here. You cannot just sit there and wait until the game ends in a draw.
Yes, and actually, I think maybe some fans will think the last 3 games they played some gentle lines, and the game and seems like very gentle. Actually, we are comment the game. I think the war is never stopped in these 3 games. They are trying to make a win in every tiny things.
Absolutely, I would even say, to me it feels a little bit as we are standing on the top of a volcano. A lot of boiling going on beneath the surface, but then it will erupt eventually. And this game has all the potential to be such a game. And we see the challenger is taking her time to think. Ju Wenjun seems to be extremely well prepared. She blitzed out all the moves so far. Lei Tingjie, of course, she is aware of this line. She knows this position. And she plays queen c7. Queen c7 is a move that let us check in the database because it's quite interesting how this goes. So black's main move by far here is bishop d6 actually.
Yes.
And I have to tell you that queen c7, according to my database, has never been played before. And probably the main reason is that black wants to have the option to play queen b8 when the opportunity arrives. But actually, you know what? I will take it back because in the game between Firouzja and Wesley So in 2020, so what black did go bishop. It was a slightly different move order, but eventually we reached after castle, queen c7, knight bd2, c4. This is the point of having the queen on c7 that you can start pushing the pawn on the c file. Firouzja played bishop c3, e5, a5. Just, you know, let's see this game just so we can understand how sharp the positions can become. e4 is the move by black because it wins the pawn on h2 by force. Met by b6, queen b8. This is the drawback of the queen on c7. The b6 move will come with the tempo. So you, again, every move in chess has its pros, its cons. Knight d4, black took the pawn on h2, king h1, bishop goes back to e5 before it's caught with the g3 move, knight c6, queen d6, knight takes e5. Knight takes e5. It looks like black is one step away from knight g4 and checkmating white, right?
Yes.
With either knight f or knight g d4, and the queen can come and start mating. g3, knight f g4, but white calmly goes king g2, queen e6, rook b1, and now we can see that black, although black managed to win a very important pawn on the king side, black managed to start creating some attack, but white blocked all those central pawns. They're useless now. They cannot move anywhere. But those this duo will run forward and it will run mercilessly. Let's you know what? The game wasn't so long. We can see it until the end. Queen e2, rook b8, queen e2 was played as you've shown. Knight d3. The knight looks beautifully placed, but after rook b5, rook a6, you have to place the rook there because once white rook comes to a1, there is really no way to stop those pawns from start advancing. Bishop will go to d4, support the pawn on b6. How do you even start stop them? Rook a6, knight b1. The knight, I think it goes to c2 before.
Yes.
H5,
I like this knight b1.
Absolutely. Knight bishop d4, h4. Black is creating a counterplay of his own, of course. Rook h1, stopping everything. hg3, hg3. Knight h6, the knight is transferred to f5. Knight c3. And this is basically already game over because you cannot protect the pawn on d5. And very soon after, queen d6, rook takes d5, queen a3, rook takes h6, a brutal sacrifice. And then all of a sudden it's white who is delivering the devastating attack on the king side. King f8, bishop g7, and black resigned because queen d7 mate is following.
Yes, queen d7.
So white actually has quite good results. There was another important game in 2020 between Vladimir Kramnik and Boris Gelfand. But there black left the queen on d8 for a very long time. Instead, he transferred the bishop to c5, which is also, actually it makes a lot of sense because exactly, the bishop and the queen and the bishop are really making a great barrier for preventing the pawns from advancing. So this is another very possible idea. But again, in this game it will not happen anymore because Lei Tingjie already played Queen c7, and after a short castle, she is in deep thought, which means I think that the opening choice of Ju Wenjun was very good.
Yes, and actually I think this is a very brave opening choice, because as we saw the game from Fidruzia against Wesley, so it's really actually Fidruzia wins the game, but actually it's really risky line.
Absolutely
Black
risky.
has already put white into this pawn structure, and the king on g2. I think it's and the knight on d3, knight on g4. If we just ignore the things on the queen side, I think it's just a totally winning style for black.
But you cannot ignore the things
yes.
on the king side and on the queen side. So this is a really double-edged game. Maybe that means that Ju Wenjun says, I don't care if I'm risking to lose. I want to decide everything today. Maybe she feels that she doesn't have this edge on the tie breaks, and she says, okay, if we need to, if it's kind of a gamble to play the tie breaks, then I might as well gamble when I have white, I have a better preparation, or I might at least surprise my opponent. Why not go all in and try to score a win here today, even at the cost of losing?
Yes.
This is extremely exciting, guys, and I have to say, I'm a bit surprised. I was really expecting a much more calm approach.
Yes.
Because it's also feels the world champion style much more to have this slight advantage, and now she is really willing to throw all of those chances, all of those risks, to assume all those risks.
And actually, once my coach told me, if you want to win a game, you must win. You need to try to consider what your opponent think. For example, as a lot of players and a lot of fans think maybe the game will end draw, and they will go to the tie breaks. There's a lot of reason because they already draw 9 games before only 2 games are end with a 1-0 result, and actually they are very equal in the almost the same level, and but this time when maybe your opponent also think you will try a very common line and gets a very gentle draw, but now if you put some pressure, then it will just test your opponent, because maybe she doesn't think, oh wow, why are you trying so hard in this game? Maybe we will go to the tie breaks, and suddenly you will have some chances. But this is just in my level. Sometimes it will happen in when I was young to play some US championships, and then it is works sometimes. But at that level, I think both players are ready for anything on the board before they played.
Absolutely, they're absolutely ready, and but of course, as you can see by Lei Tingjie's posture, she was not expecting such an event. And she is considering her options. I will just throw in one idea here that black might have, is a move like g5. It has been played before, not in this concrete line, but with a move on b8. And this is actually a move that the computer suggests, because white has already castled, black hasn't castled yet. g4 is a threat, right? Because as we have seen in Wesley So's game, this pawn, if it's taken, it can be extremely dangerous for white as well. So g5, is this a move Lei Tingjie is considering? We don't know. This is an extremely interesting situation.
Yes.
Guys, let's take a short look at what happened in our previous game, in game 11, the penultimate game. And we'll be right back because the action here is developing very fast.
下午3点钟正式开始。
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, welcome at the 11th round of Women World Championship match.
欢迎来到2023长寿湖杯国际棋联女子世界锦标赛对抗赛第11轮的现场。Welcome to the round 11 of FIDE Women's World Championship match. 今天有请我们的开启嘉宾，长寿区人大常委会副主任罗建平，中国好人榜燕春雨。
I wish good luck to the players. Please start your clock.
In Game 11 of the World Championship match, the challenger Lei Tingjie had the white pieces but failed to get any advantage, and after a fairly equal middle game, she started drifting into a worse position, but she found a fantastic resource by moving her king to the queen side, forcing the world champion to force a draw. 11 rounds, 5.5 points each. Last round left. Who will be the new queen?
明天这盘棋可能会更重要一点，但我觉得这样就尽量去下好，就是我不会去想太多，我觉得就是自己去下就好。
That was Game 11. This is history already. We are back to Game 12, the game that might decide the fate of the World Championship match. Who will be the next queen of the chess world? And we have every reason to think that today might be the day.
Yes, because actually the war is start, and the position is not easy to find a way to end the draw.
Absolutely, it's a mind-boggling disbalance on both sides of the board. In the center, Black has dominating pawn mass that will start moving. White has two connected advanced pass pawns. This really always offers very big excitement in the game. And as if the world champion says, I don't want a tiebreak tomorrow.
Yes, actually, I think, because actually, I think once there is a Chinese repeat, it's it's like a Chinese mind sports tournament, and it's held 4 years. 4 years in a round, just like 2015 and 2019, like that.
In a row, yeah.
In a row, yes. And I think Lei Tingjie wins in the semi-final or final against Ju Wenjun in 2019. This is a repeat tournament.
Okay, so this is also a very important thing. We don't know how the players really feel. You know, sometimes you say, okay, I'm too tired to play the tie breaks, or maybe I feel that my opponent has an edge over me. I want to decide today, right?
Yes.
If it goes down to a draw, okay, it goes down to a draw, but I am willing to assume the risks. This is one thing that can happen. You can see on your screens, guys, the challenger Lei Tingjie is really struggling with some thoughts of her. Maybe she is trying to remember the lines she has, because you know both players are also. She is also a d4 player, so
yes.
Even if she doesn't know this position exactly on the black side, or she didn't prepare it for today, she must have
yes.
spent some time analyzing this with the reversed colors.
And I think in the verse colors, she must know the ideas from both sides, because it's a very common line
Exactly.
when black play the white side.
So the main, as we said, the main idea here is to block those pawns. Ideally, you would want to block them on this diagonal. It's very difficult oftentimes to do, right? But then
Yes.
if white tries to support the pawns with the moves like knight, bishop c3 and queen e1, black has a move like knight e4. And here, this extra tempo sometimes can be very crucial, right? Because,
Yes.
for instance, if when you castle and if the difference between the knight while being on d2 and b1 is a difference between whether you can play bishop c3 and get hit with knight e4, or you cannot do that, right?
Yes. For example, if black played this position, maybe I haven't time to play knight bd7 instead of knight bd2 in the game.
Exactly. So for this reason, this position, and this is maybe we saw the expression on Lei's face. She was holding her head, closing her eyes. I think that's what you do when you try to visualize a different position. You try to visualize the position when you have the same thing with white, and what is the difference of having this extra tempo, where those lines diverge.
Yes. And I think the choice for Ju Wenjun in opening seems like the most successful one in the whole match from Ju Wenjun's
And
side.
what a moment to do that, right? It could be really, there couldn't be a better moment for her to do that, because this is, those of you guys who join us at this moment, the score is tied 5.5 points each. This is the last classical game of the match. If whoever wins it will become the world champion, there is no other game. Let's see some lines. So before the break, we kind of threw in the bomb of g5. g5
Yes.
is a very tricky move to.
Yes, because for
to
black,
play against.
her king, actually, I think the only way her king goes is to castle in king side.
This is true.
And if you play g5, it means you almost give up your safety for your queens, your kings, your king. I mean, after g5, you will never have a safe king.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're also kind of afraid to do
Yes.
that with this pin, right, along the long diagonal. But, and you have to also take this into very seriously. Your opponent has been blitzing out her moves so far.
Yes.
So a move like g5, you know, she has examined, unless she is bluffing, of course.
Yes, I think g5, this move will not be well prepared for Ju Wenjun. Actually, I think.
But this is the first computer line.
Wow.
So again, Lei Tingjie doesn't know this is a first computer
Yes.
line, of course, and it looks compelling because it has to be said, it's not a new concept, right? It has
Yes.
been such ideas are often played even by white. Before you castle, you can throw in this g5, but it's very, very dangerous you think it's dangerous to go into a well-prepared opponent with such a
Yes.
sharp line, right?
Yes, actually, especially this is one of the most risky game in your life and most important game.
Exactly, and this is game 12. So there is a lot of psychology going on into this decision as well. But let's look at the move. So, for instance, what's the point of g5? First of all, as we said, if knight takes g5, black will have an opportunity to take this pawn. We go back to e5.
Yes, I like this
solving
move.
the issue of this diagonal and also attacking this bishop, right? So
And
we
you
are
cannot
doing it. with the tempo. So we
Yes.
don't allow white any time to push her pawns. What do we do here with white?
Actually, you cannot exchange it. If you play bishop e5, queen e5, I just piece up.
This is a game over. Exactly. This is the point of the whole point of this g5 move 2 moves earlier. And now white needs to solve the issue somehow
Yes.
to solve. Right. We can defend our bishop. Let's say if we defend it with bishop with queen c2, then black's game develops very fast.
Yes.
We play rook g8. This makes a lot of sense, right? If the knight goes back, we take on b2, and now the rook
g6 or
joins
rook g4,
very
yes.
strongly. The tactical justification is that we are attacking the pawn. If you
Wow,
advance the pawn, we have rook b4 hitting the queen and the pawn, and basically getting rid of the only of the most of now of the only strong point of white's position.
Yes.
Whenever we've made the pawns to be broken, of course black is the one having the upper hand. The king will come, just pick up one of the pawns, we'll have an extra pawn and an extremely strong center.
Yes. This is I think almost the losing position for white.
Absolutely, and this is a computer. Of course, this is a
Yes.
computer line. Not easy to spot such a move like rook g4. Really not,
Really
not over the
difficult,
board.
yes.
If you analyze it, yes. If you come from home, everything clear and prepared, to come up with this over the board, extremely difficult. Really.
Yes. But actually, if this is a line which you prepared and looked in the engine before you played this game, you prepared it before, it will be easily to memorized because this
Because yeah, it's a flashy line, you know. But
Yes.
sometimes in these situations, you kind of you remember in Harry Potter, Dumbledore, he had this ball of memories, right? He would
Yes.
just pick up a memory from his head, and he would use it. Now this would be a very nice thing to have, of course, for Lei Tingjie, but understandably she goes for short castle and not looking for adventures so early on in the game.
actually I think it's for me it's really surprised that Lei Tingjie just spent a lot of time on this castle in move. For me, I will just play castle in immediately and just think after I castled. I think she really calculates something about g5.
I also think so, and that just goes to show you how alert she is to various options. But again, and now we see a very difficult situation for most of the match. Ju Wenjun is the one not spending time in the opening. She is well prepared. She surprised her opponent. I will repeat it again one more time. What a better timing could there be than the last round of the match?
Yes.
And Lei Tingjie is not happy at all. You can see that. You can see that she is not comfortable with this position. Rook a b8, I think, was played. This is the common way to play. Rook c8. Okay,
c8,
this is
yeah.
another common move actually, because you can either try to stop the pawns, or you can say, okay, I don't care about those pawns. I have pawns of my own. Let's run. Let's push. Let's see who gets there first. And how the game might develop. So, if as white we have the first option that comes to mind is to play a move like bishop c3, right? We want to support, especially after a move like rook c8, which hints that she wants to push
Yes.
the c pawn, and we are saying, okay, I'm blocking this one. I want to start pushing
Pushing my
those.
pawns, yes.
How do you stop that? And we will probably use a lot of computer help here, guys, because the position is so sharp. We don't want to miss a lot of stuff. But of course, remember, the players don't have the machine aid. although Ju Wenjun might still be in the book, might still be aware of some analysis that she has made. Let's make sure whether there were any games in this position so far. So after short castle, queen c7, knight d2, black there is one game in my database, not too strong of players played this position, and white played queen e2 here. But I'm not sure this is the key game for us to analyze.
Yes, I think queen e2 is not a good move. This square is really useless for white to keep the queen. Maybe I will go for some move like queen b1, because after queen e2, if black plays c4, your queen is just locked in the e2 square and cannot help anything in queen side or king side.
It looks like the queen is a bit misplaced, but it should be said that instead of rook f8, black's main move here was c4. Forcing matters quite immediately, because we are threatening bishop c3, and if and here the main move for white would be queen c2 actually, because after bishop c3 there is an e5 move.
Oh, but e5, I think this is
this is what we saw in Fallujah against Wesley saw, right? So this is exactly what we saw. And after a5, there was a very sharp game. Actually, we don't know whether probably black could have improved there, because it was a rapid game. But again, as Lei Tingjie, you are unprepared here. You don't know. You're not on your home turf, so. Not so easy to go, and she goes for a general principle move like rook c8.
Actually, I think rook f8 has her explanation. If white play bishop c3 here and I play e5, then you play a5. Maybe I will go some moves like d4. But Bar said.
But let's. This is actually very interesting to see why, and I think the point is that. There is a tactical justification.
Yes.
White just ignores the threat of taking a bishop and brings the knight to the weakened square on c4, using the fact that the bishop on d6 will be hanging if you take the bishop on c3, and then of course black's pawn structure is totally ruined, and it's all white.
Yes, this is just game over.
So.
But maybe here black can keep some chances for d4, e4, or c4. So maybe this is why Lei Tingjie did not play c4 immediately.
I agree. C4 is a committal move, but actually I took a look now at the database, and after c4, queen c2, black played rook f8 quite a few times. Although again, these games were not played by top players, so we cannot really rely too much, read too much into this. So basically, both players will be on their own from now on. It looks like Ju Wenjun is also not entirely in her book anymore, or maybe she still knows some ideas, but both players know the ideas here, right?
Yes.
So this is going to be exciting. What do you play? Do you play here queen c2, or do you play bishop c3 right away? Or do you play the computer move, queen b1, which is a bit surprising to me, actually. Oh, one thing I wanted to say that one common way for white to play to stop those pawns in the center is to meet a move like e5 with e4.
Yes, this is a really natural plan. I see a lot of games the opposite colors.
Exactly. So when we say the opposite colors, when white plays e4, black always wants to meet it with e5. And the point being that you force your opponent to fixate the center, and then, as we have already stressed many times in this match, once the pawns are fixed, the other side will have a very good options to block those pawns and start getting around them, right? So the knight can block the other one. And again, with this beautiful square for the knight here, white will have the option to start breaking through with the pawns. A5, very difficult to defend. So E5, I think, should be played only if you can really be sure that you go through. And it has to be said that almost never on
E5 move, white has E4.
Yes, so on E4, black will almost never play, will not love to play D4. It might be forced to play.
This time, black can play D4 is mainly because I calculate something.
Please
because
show.
Yes, after D4, you must play knight C4 or I will play C4.
Right. So
yes.
Let's say we're playing knight C4.
And knight B6 played by black.
B6.
And here I have a lot of pawns to capture, A4 and E4. This is why and a knight.
So you cannot defend, right?
Yes.
If we defend the knight, then we just drop this pawn, or probably a better way to take with the rook.
And you can also not play queen D3 or queen C2 because I have knight C4 and take on E4. I have you have too much pawns to need to be prepared, need to be protected. So you cannot easily find a move after knight B6. And if you cannot protect your knight, maybe C4 for black in the future is unstoppable.
Absolutely. By the way, maybe it's a good way for us to show what we are talking about reversed colors, right?
Yes.
So in the reversed colors, we are talking about a position like this, where black takes on C4, right? And here after, how does it go?
I think it
knight
goes
C3,
here.
it doesn't go like that.
It can go like this: knight C3 and C6, and
this is the node boom variation, I think, right? It's called.
Yes, and
if
I think it goes like this: bishop D4 and bishop D2, A5, A takes B3, take.
Yes, bishop takes B3, B4, right? And
the bishop
B7, you take and B4.
This is a very natural line. I think especially when black is a stronger player, he wants to play for a win. Sometimes he chooses this kind of lines.
Exactly.
Yes, and after bishop D3.
But actually, there are differences. Now I'm looking at this position. I was a bit preoccupied that it is exactly the same position, but it's not exactly the same position because
yes,
here white has a bishop pair, whereas in our game there is no bishop pair for either side. So there are also, it's not just the tempo, and I'm not sure even that white has an extra tempo here because we messed up. We played a lot with our bishop. We played bishop D2, C3, B2 back. So, and this line I actually played it also quite a few times with white. It's a very, very tricky position always. Yes. But here the addition, so it's very similar to what could have been gotten in pawn structure wise, right? But still, because the pieces are different, it's a whole lot of different game. You can maybe borrow some ideas, but basically you learn, you play your own here. So this idea of, as you mentioned, of putting both the queen and the rook on the c file really enforces our pawn push on the c file, right? So white also needs to take some care, and we can see, we probably can assume that Ju Wenjun was prepared for a move like c4, and now she plays queen c2, getting ready, saying, okay, you're welcome to play c4, because then I will be back again to
my book. And actually, I think queen c2 is there's another totally different from queen b1. If you play e5 now, I play e4. If you still play d4, now knight c4, we can see the bar. After knight b6, now
The knight is already protected, right? We have an extremely important extra tempo.
Yes, and everything is protected in these squares.
Absolutely, the queen is perfectly placed on c2, and this is the reason why the world champion did play queen c2 and not queen b1. This is almost positional death for black already, because after a5 is basically unstoppable, and this would be a disaster for black had she if she decides to play a move like e5. But as another thing that we said, we started saying that here on e4 you don't really want to play d4. You play it, as you said, if you are able to do it tactically. Yes. Here we cannot play it tactically, so usually what we will do, we will play c4 with the exact same reasoning, that we don't want to let our opponent block the pawns with the piece on c4, and therefore we play it ourselves. Moreover, that we are threatening to win a piece by a move like c3.
Yes, but I'm really surprised, because what if I played rook of c1? Because
this is exactly what the computer says. You should play that.
Yes, because seems if black can play d4, I think it's just better for black. But I think now d4 I can just take on c4.
By the way, another general principle, so we understand how the dynamics here work. Normally, the pawns in the center are considered to be more dangerous than those on the side, because those on the side are easier to block. They're harder to protect, to support. Sorry, especially when your opponent has the pawns in the center, because it blocks all our pieces. But here we can see that white pawns are. Well, here we can see that white pawns are more advanced, and for this reason she can claim that she has this slightly maybe the edge, the advantage of first move. Let's say, right? But let's continue to some tactical justification for everything that we've just said. I am struggling to see a move here for black, because you simply want to take. I cannot play c3 because you just, for instance, on c3 you take with the queen, which is actually the bar doesn't move at all, basically.
It's really surprised.
Very surprising to me.
Yes. And I looked the engine's line. I could not.
Queen d8 attacking. So the queen is forced to move, and we want to take on e4. So basically, or queen d3 or queen e3 is probably moved to make. And now, after we recapture on c1, how do you take back? If you take with the bishop, then knight c5, hitting both pawns.
And I have to play queen c2. I think I could not give up the a4 pawn.
Yes, you must never give the a pawn. And now after knight fe4, I think that it favors white, actually, because those pawns, to my eyes, are more dangerous than these two. So I'm not sure if this is the way for black to go.
And actually, I think I will, if I do not know much things in this kind of lines, I will never spend time to think about the c3 move.
Yes, but but actually, look at this. Instead of taking on c1, black has knight c5 here, and the point is that now you don't have already the queen c2, because I will have knight e4 hitting the queen.
Yes.
And even I might even throw in some d takes e4, attacking your knight. You will have to go back somewhere.
Knight d3 is the next.
Or even
move.
if you take, then knight d3 will come. So a lot of things going on here. We couldn't have asked for a better game.
Yes. And actually, I think it's really difficult for black to decide to play e5 here. I saw another engine line. else than c3 is bishop b4. It's also a difficult move to see, I think. If white play e takes d5, black has c3, and the point is, if you play some moves like queen b3 to make a pin, I can take on the b2 bishop. This is very important, and you cannot take on c7. I have a queen promotion and just winning for black. So after bishop b4, white has to play bishop c3, because you cannot stop c3, and if you goes your knight, I take on e4, and it's just finished. So, but after bishop c3, and black take, and play d takes e4. I think the engine, because I already see the engine moves, it said it's totally equal, 0.00.
But it's very difficult to go for it.
Yes.
Black.
And actually, I think I'm very satisfied with white in this position. After knight g5, I will take one of these two pawns, and I broke your pawn structure. Seems like my pawns are still connected and very strong in the future.
Indeed. Somehow the computer manages to, to jungle the pieces in a way that the pawns will not advance. For instance, it plays a move like knight c5 here, which again is unclear why a5 is bad.
Yes, I think a5, but a5 maybe black can play knight d3 because
knight d3 and on
b6. I'm not sure queen c5 is.
Oh, it just I think.
Yes, it's a
takes on
trap,
c1. Yeah. It's a trap because there is a queen check, forking the queen and the king. This is again. This just goes to show you that those evaluations are oftentimes, especially in such position, are based on those what you would call a cheapo, yes. Which are not really cheapos, but down the calculation, down the lines, it's very, very hard to keep track of all those tactical possibilities as a human, of course. Most of the time, all those 000s could be also based on this fact that you don't have c4 here because on 6 moves from now there is this some tactical shot. The players need to find all those things over the board. Very, very difficult to do.
It's really difficult.
How do you feel here if you are in Lei's shoes?
Actually, I know nothing about this position.
So you are kind of in her shoes now. But,
yes.
But you don't have to make a move. If you have to find a move and you are against what seems to be a very well prepared world champion sitting next to you.
Yes, I think it's a very tough time if I'm facing this kind of situations, because seems like I spent sometimes if without engine I will never I will not play e5 in the game, because e5 after e4 I think all the lines I can calculate, it seems like white is better. I know because I see the engine. I know e5 black can goes to equal.
It does seem to be very dangerous to go e5 here, because again e4 looks so natural. So my first reaction would be really to play c4 here with black, right? So
as me,
but we can see that the computer loves this position for white.
And I think Ju Wenjun prepared some position like this.
And it looks like she has it prepared. And if this is her home preparation, this would be a brilliant way to and timing again to find this. So after bishop c3, the point is that a5 is virtually unstoppable now.
Yes, and actually we saw the game from Firuzia. It shows even black play e5, e4 to take on h2. Still, white is better.
Let's see a little bit with the engine. So
yes, maybe
game
b6
or b6 first. Yes,
that's what they play.
Bishop, queen b8, and knight d4. So took and played bishop e5. Right. The computer says I don't care that I'm a pawn down. I'm still, by the evaluation, a pawn up, if it makes any sense to you. And after a move like rook fb1, the threat is, those pawns are really, really hard to stop. The threat is simple, b7. How do you even stop it? Because if you play a move like a queen b7, I start going from another side. Knight f5,
wow,
knight goes from here. The bishop is exchanged and the knight will go to d6.
Seems like black is
tough position for black, because really, how do you stop it? Not so clear.
Yes.
But e5 is a move that you really don't want to play. And the challenger is really struggling. This is the first time in the match we have seen her being down so much on the clock. She is
in the opening,
after the opening, or in general even. She maybe only in one game she was down on the clock.
Yes.
In general, and this is not the time to do that for the first time, of course. But what to do? So e5, a lot of calculations needed by her. It has to be said she is a brilliant tactical player. She knows to calculate. She calculates extremely well. So she's perfectly capable to calculate, but there is so much that needs to be calculated.
Yes. Actually, and to be honest, I think here, if black cannot play e5, I think black is in really big trouble, to be honest. But if Lei successed to find e5, e4, c4, and some line like c3 or bishop b4, it is really amazing. I will just take off my hat and respect. It's really difficult.
The point why we need to play e5 immediately is that we need to prevent bishop c3 and a5. And now, of course, after e5, bishop c3 is just a bad move, because I wanted to say we allow d4, but actually d4 is also possible.
Yes.
Because d4 and c4 are really is really a move to go. And now white would have to probably sacrifice a piece to break to somehow cope this center of blacks. But this will be not a huge advantage for black.
Yes.
But it is all black anyway. Advantage black, because this extra piece, we only have 2 pawns which are not too advanced. They are not in the center, they're on the side, so we can cope with them at this stage.
Even if we cannot hold the position, we can easily use a piece to exchange these pawns. So
at the very least, if we are really in trouble or we feel troubled, we can do that. Exactly. So for this reason, bishop c3 is not a move, but this is also on e5. This is not even a move you consider so much. You really go straight into the e5 cancellation. And again, you know that c4 is a move, right? And here you start your calculations. First, you know that this is bad, so this is quite clear, and then you start looking at this, because this is the main move, right?
This is almost the only move for white. But how can you find c3 or bishop b4? It's really important here.
Let's think if c3 is really that amazingly hard move to make. For instance,
bishop
c3 is not a move that we can be played. This is quite easy to find, right? So here you have to, and you know that the queen moves are also not dangerous, because you just take twice, and this is more than okay for black.
Maybe take on c7
first on c7, of course, and now just bishop goes to a3, probably, or even.
Yes, I think this is a good move.
And rook c1, and this is clear when you calculate. This is clear for you that it's good for black. Now, then you come to a move like the main move. What do I do after queen takes c3? Because if I find nothing here, I'm pretty much lost.
Yes, for example, let's just show if black played queen c3 here, I think the bar will jumps very very high for white after take. Yes, and rook c3. It is the engine line. Actually, the engine said it's only 0.2. Like, but I felt this is really hard for black to play. So maybe bishop c3 is the best move here, and d takes e4, knight g5. This is what engine said. But if I am black, I calculate to this position. I just finished my calculation.
I would also stop here because you don't want to get. It's quite clear that those pawns e5, e4 are much weaker than a4, b5, unless you can see something very concrete, very fast. But there doesn't seem to be anything. So
yes.
Here we normally stop calculating.
Yes, and if you don't, if queen c3 is not the move, so you need to consider queen b7 or queen d8. But actually, if I am black, I will not concentrate on these moves. Because it seems like, for example, let's go queen b7. Even if queen d3 seems like a good move, I attack on the bishop, and knight c5. This is what I think we just showed it before. And
well, this is actually
yes.
So if you get here, if you stop, and this is a very important actually moment.
Yes.
I think to speak about, because oftentimes you reach in your calculation, because you have so limited time and you have so much to calculate. So at some points we are trained from a very young age that at some point you need to stop your calculation, because
yes.
when it seems not leading anywhere good, you just stop it, right? And you might so here you might see that, okay, after a move like if I move my queen, I see many moves for white too, like queen e3, queen d3, and I might just give up at this very moment and say,
yes.
It looks not promising, let's move on and let's find a better way.
Yes, a better way.
If you are given it, and this is a very important, if somebody comes to you and tells you, okay, concentrate, there is a good solution here for black, you must find it. Then you stop at those moments, you make the extra effort, you calculate those two extra moves, and you find that, okay, queen b7, if it was a puzzle here, and any of us, in this position, right? Any of us would be told, okay, find the best move for black to equalize, let's say, right? So then you calculate those lines. You don't stop off, obviously,
yes.
after queen c3, because you have been just told, okay, there is a good move, you need to find it. And then you start finding, okay, I have queen b7, because on queen d3, I have this knight c5 hitting the queen, hitting the pawn on a4, and you kind of calculate it all. And we can see that Lei Tingjie did not play e5. She played c4 and c4.
And Ju Wenjun responds bishop c3 very fast.
c4
is on the board.
After bishop e3 is really bad news for black, I would say.
Yes. Actually, there's an interview for Magnus Carlsen. I have seen it before, like just like ask Carlsen something about calculation, and Carlsen said, I'm maybe not very strong in the calculation, but I think this is just a humble saying. And he said, I'm just have the feeling that in this position, what should I do? Just, this is actually a very strong thing in chess, especially in middle game. I'm not sure what he said the correct thing he have said, but it's like I know I have the feeling this position, what should I do, something like this. And actually, I think in our playing in our games, it sometimes First, it's much more difficult than to find a correct straight line in the calculations. It's more difficult than this. And the second, I think it's a very important thing, maybe more important than the calculation ability.
Absolutely, I agree with you 100%. And so Lei Tingjie calculated this line. She played c4, bishop c3, and immediately plays a knight c5.
Actually, I think this is a very natural moves when black to play, because to move your knight to d3, and after you put your knight on d3, you can still play some like e5, e4, or maybe knight e4. A lot of moves can be played after you put your knight in the d3 squares. It is already actually in a lot of books were said like you need to find a special square for your knight and just jump in, and actually it's very natural to play these moves. But the bar said, the engine said this idea is totally wrong, you need to play e5. But anyway, I think the position is very counterplay. Also, the bar said that the position is like almost 1 point for white after some moves like a5, b6. But actually, if the game is a bullet or a blitz game, maybe I will still stand for black, because after knight d3, e4, e5, e4, it's really difficult for white to make sure what will happen on the king side. So the game is still very exciting, I think.
The game is absolutely very exciting, but the computer says it's a very substantial advantage to white.
Yes, and here white, I think a5 is the move, and you will never try anything on the king side. For example, knight g5, maybe I want to take f6 and queen h7. Never do this. Knight d3 will just stop any hope for you.
And of course, you can always even throw in some bishop takes h2. But what about the most natural move is a5? What does she plan to? Does she plan to play knight b3 here? Was this even an idea?
Actually, I totally missed this move, and
so the point of this move is that if you take, then the queen is hit and the bishop is hit, and here it's actually black who is winning, because we're just a piece up.
And if you do not take on b3, for example, if you play the rook a2, I just take on a5.
Exactly. So we just apparently we don't just take on a5.
Yes.
Oh, because probably rook e1, and we just lose a piece.
Yes.
So this is also something that we need to consider. What happens on rook a2? Probably not much happening. But this is not the most natural move for me to. If I calculate something, I would start with calculating a move like b6.
But knight a1,
knight a1, importantly, I take the exchange. Here, although I wouldn't stop so easily, because I know that the pawns are so dangerous that having this extra exchange might not save me as black at all.
Yes.
But here it seems that we are able to stabilize the position. We still have our central pawns, so this is probably very good for black.
Yes, but
what is Lei's plan here after a5? How do you stop those pawns? Because once they get in motion, it's very hard to stop them.
Yes, because knight b3, rook a2 is. But actually, maybe Lei think after knight b3, well, a5 is not a move for white, because actually
it could be very well be the case, because again, in your calculations you have some assumptions, you have to stop at some point, and this is a point where it looks like, okay, I caught you, right?
Yes.
And then, of course, when you reach this position and you right before playing a move like knight b3, you start seeing a move like rook e2, and you say, "Oh, oops."
Yes.
And this oops is not a very, very pleasant revelation during the game. So how do we proceed here with black? Another thing that we might say to ourselves is, okay, so you will get to b6, but, and this is another important point. When you have a dark square bishop, right? You don't really want to play b6. You want to play a6.
Yes.
Right? Because again, to support, you want to support the pawns on the dark squares and not on the light squares, because you have nothing to support them with. So,
Yes.
for example, if a move like queen d7 is played and we are forced to play b6, then black is maybe not that worried, because, okay, how do you push? How do you advance, right?
Yes, especially actually the c3 bishop is can never help these two connected pawns. So maybe after b6 play, the white's plan is to put her knight and the rook to help it. For example, rook fb1 and knight d4, knight b5 may be a plan for white, or maybe some plans like Fiducia played knight b1, knight c3 something.
Yes, but this is also because our center is still mobile.
Yes.
We have a really, and a5 is on the board, ladies and gentlemen. The world champion does play a5, and if Lei Tingjie was planning to play knight b3, she is in for a very unpleasant surprise, because
Yes.
knight b3 can simply be ignored by rook a2. If we take on a5, just game over, and the knight is lost because of the pin along the a file. So this is not a move to make. And here you start feeling that I'm kind of losing it here, right? My opponent is making progress, I haven't. So maybe it's time to start doing something creative for on our side. But
Yes.
again, are we threatening anything? We're not really threatening stuff with e5. d4, sorry, d4
Yes,
is not yet a move,
yes.
because we will just take twice.
And the e4, and just we saw it before from Fiducia against Wesley. So it's you well wins the pawn on h2, but you block all your pawn structure in the center, and maybe in the future it's just like a position you need to look what will white improve on queen side, or maybe in the game white wins it on king side sometimes. But here I think if I play black, I will really no hesitation to play e5, because when your opponent is attacking on you, just you cannot always in a defensive mode. You have to play some counterplay, and because if someone attacking on the position and you just defend, it means he or she do not need to be worried about this position. I can make some move, maybe not very correct, but still on the give the pressure to you, and you will be suffering in the game. Always need to worry about here or there. I have to defend anywhere. So the best defense is to attack.
But you know, as our media director David Yada shrewdly pointed out, that this might have been all along Ju Wenjun's opening plan, that Lei Tingjie will not dare to go for those sharp moves from the very beginning, knowing that her opponent prepared this all.
Yes.
She would be a bit reluctant to go into a move like g5 or e5 to those complications without having prepared and knowing that your opponent prepared it. So it was maybe a semi-bluff on Ju's part
Yes.
and because, as you said, if your opponent doesn't act very fast, then she is in trouble. And This seems to be what happened here in so far, and this might have cost Lei Tingjie the title and might have proved why Ju Wenjun is a worthy world champion, but it's still a long way to go, of course.
Yes, and actually, no one can win the title very easily without any difficulties. So if Lei wants to win this title, this is her challenge now, and you must
absolutely. And if she manages to stop those pawns, it's very hard to do so. Let's calculate some lines. How do we stop that? So we want to force b6. We don't want to allow a6. For this reason, I would love to attack a pawn.
Yes. And first, I want to show some lines. For example, if Black played h6, I just and after b6, Queen b8, Rook f b1, and here if you play the King h8, some moves, and there is a move b7 for White.
Exactly. So
you need to be
the moves we're showing are not the moves that we think are correct. We just want to show a point. So one of the threats White might have in such positions is just here. Is just to push the pawn, and you cannot. This is another threat you need to take care of. So for
yes.
instance, in such a position, you might be obliged to play a move like Queen, Rook a6, for instance, or Queen d7, Queen b7. But this is getting very passive. So, if we want to play actively, let's say we start using the squares that we have for our pieces, right?
Yes, knight d3. And I think I will probably play Rook f b1.
Rook f b1. So we don't feel the rush to play any of those moves.
Yes.
The pawns are very hard to defend when they are mobile. They can go either b6 or a6. So this is very unpleasant for Black to defend against. But here, look at the computer. After Rook f b1, the computer says, okay. You have just missed.
I just blundered.
You just blundered a double attack. But I have to say it's not clear to me because b6, b7
yes.
Looks crushing. But now all the fun begins. Bishop takes h2. If you go here, you are mated in one, of course. If king goes to f1, I smell some kinds of
Queen g3, let's
Queen
go.
g3 moves and etc. But it doesn't work because White, had White
put a bishop.
If the bishop was on e2, then Queen g3 would be a fantastic resource to checkmate.
This will be the
but now this would be a really great way to finish the game. But now King e2 escapes. And after knight c2, b7, a game over.
Yes.
Not that over, according to the bar, but pretty much over. Right?
Yes, or maybe Rook a2 first.
White had a move like Rook a2, and it is a game over here. So, not a move to make, but Black can simply go away.
Yes.
And Lei goes for knight b3, so she keeps, that was her plan all along.
Yes.
She goes for knight b3. As we said, it looked very compelling for Black, but what will she do after a simple Rook a2? Of course, she will not take on a5.
Yes.
This, you can forget about this. This will not happen. But what will be done, and actually, as a human player, this move Queen c5 looks very natural, right? We attacked the pawn on b5.
And can I play b6? I'm not sure because knight a5 seems also.
You are pretty much forced to play here.
Yes.
And again, if knight takes on a5, Rook f a1 is very bad news because you lose the knight. You will have to give up the knight for 2 pawns. But this is really only White who can win, and it's quite a pleasant advantage, a big advantage for White actually. So the way the computer says, the way to keep fighting here is pretty much the only move is Rook takes a5.
Rook take.
So we sacrifice an exchange.
Yes, it's
And basically, we're claiming that we will win back this, or will at least try to win back this pawn.
I think if you cannot win back this point, it's over.
But if you can't, exactly, this is a very, very tricky situation to be in, because it seems that white can keep this pawn, and this is very, very, very dangerous for black. It feels almost losing, to be frank.
Yes, so I think maybe Lei missed the rook a2, because actually rook a2 is not very easy to find. Maybe you think I have knight a1 if you play b6 here. If you play b6, I have knight. If you play b6, I have knight a1. This is very important, and you cannot play knight b3. I can take it and take the bishop on c3. And maybe you finished your calculation. You think white missed this move, or maybe you try to figure it out after b6, knight a1, rook a1. Can I hold this attacking from white? I wins the half pieces. Can I hold this? But maybe just the simplest rook a2.
Yeah,
maybe
this might be really a cold shower
yes.
for black. If
and you know, in some of difficult calculations, especially in the attacking on the king, sometimes the best defense is really a very gentle move.
Absolutely.
And you see a lot of beautiful attacks. Here I can sacrifice my rook, here I sacrifice my queen, and after everything you are satisfied with, but the last a really gentle move, just like this rook a2, is the best way to solve all the issues.
And those are also the moves that is the easiest to miss in calculations, because
yes.
normally when you calculate first all the forced lines, all the hits and the exchanges and attacks. A move like rook a2 is oftentimes missed by the players, because it's simply the last thing that you calculate in your lines, because it's the most difficult way to do. But okay, what can black do here? Again, we need to stop. It's not only that we need to stop those pawns. We have to create some counterplay. We must do something with our pieces, with our central pawns.
Yes. For example, let's go. But e5 is not.
If we go e5,
yes,
then
and b6.
Just b6.
Because you cannot both capture both protect e5 and b3. You can just protect one of the pawns. For example,
or you can just simple
yes.
as just take the bishop, because again the knight, because the bishop is no longer hanging.
Yes.
So b6 is a serious threat. How do you even go about preventing it? And now we can see the drawback of the queen on c7. It always gets in the way of b6 with the tempo. And guys, those of you who are joining now, the score is level. This is the last game of the match, and Ju Wenjun can take a commanding lead here in this position if she plays rook a2, a move simply removing the rook, using the fact that the pawn is untouchable due to the pin along the a file. She will have a huge advantage and all the chances to keep her title for the fourth time, to be the queen of the world. And as our Brian mentions in the chat, exactly, those quiet moves in the chaos are also beautiful, right?
Yes,
because
very beautiful.
You are all of a sudden, there is this storm going on, and you're just like, you're sitting calmly sipping a coffee or something, right?
Yes.
So this is really an amazing image to imagine.
Yes, you know, once I have when I was young, I have a game like I played. I put all the pieces to the king side. I'm playing white. I have a lot of pieces. I can't remember it correctly, but I know I played the queen h6 and knight h5, which I have knight f6 and queen g7, two checkmate threats, and seems like I think black has no chance to defend. But you know, my opponent has a queen on b7, and he played like a move queen b2, which is totally winning for black. After queen b2, just to stop the knight f6 and queen g7, and my attack suddenly disappeared. And you know what's the last when he wins is to play a5, a4, a3. He just put the pawn to a1, and I just look at what he do.
Yes, so those moves are often really come as a very, very cold shower to the other side. And nevertheless, let's consider how can we go. Can we take on d2 and try to play, for instance, knight e4? Of course, if you take with the queen, then knight e4 will be.
I think queen d2 is the only move for white. You cannot play,
because if you take here, then we go c3.
Yes.
And this is actually very good for black, because once this bishop is cut off, we will hit the pawn on a5, and if you play b6, it doesn't really help you, because queen goes
you cannot take
to
on
b7. Still cannot take, as you said, because of knight e4. The bishop will have to go back, and once it goes back or to c1 or e1 is better, it blocks the rook, which is very important. So once we go here, we can go as simple as bishop b4, attacking the pawn, and we win it. So not so easy. It needs to be calculated for white as well, right? The computer says it's a plus a pawn, but show me how you get it. Because, for instance, if you take, of course, with the knight, as you said, we have a check. We have bishop e5, or
bishop e5 is not a move here.
Bishop e5 is not a move because of b6. Again, the bishop will be taken, and b7 winning a rook. So we will need to go back, but it's always dangerous when you lose the pawn on h6 on h2, because you might picture all kinds of variations which go really can be very devastating for white. So a move like knight d2, you are not happy to make. So you will probably after knight takes d2 have to take with the queen.
Yes,
and now you have to calculate all those lines like knight e4.
Yes, knight e4 is seems like the biggest threat, and for example, you play the queen c2.
Let's say. And now the problem is that we still haven't made any progress on the in the center, and it's not clear how we do that.
Yes, actually, for white, I think to exchange a knight is good for me. Good for white here, because I'm really afraid of some moves like knight d3, knight g4. Just we showed it before, and here I can play rook b1 in the next move very safely.
So if you're afraid, maybe I should go with the knight to d3. Now that I know you're afraid.
Yes, because actually I think Lei plays knight b3 just because she missed the rook a2. It's really a move easily to miss.
Yes, but you know, the bad news for Lei here is that for Ju Wenjun, it's really not, once you start calculating, there are no really no other moves that you can be satisfied with, right? Because you start calculating, of course, with b6, but then you see, okay, this is not good. You just take, then you look for a few moves, and you kind of get the point that it's kind of not good. You cannot take on b3 because you just lose. So basically, by method of elimination, if you go away to b1, you just lose
the a5 pawn.
A5 pawn, because and then you see that b6, for instance, I just can go to b7, and the knight is protected.
So maybe bishop f6 is the only move I can see instead of rook a2.
And bishop f6 is really not a move that you want to make.
Yes,
right?
of course. I will never.
But if your point is to just take a pawn, so it might be a valid move to make. This is especially given that
Yes.
black cannot take here because of b6, right?
Yes, of course. But I think bishop f6, knight a1 is a good move for black, I think.
But again, exactly as you said, here knight a1 is
Yes.
a move. You must take back with the bishop. You have two pieces for a rook, but you just lost the pride of your position, the pawn on a5, and you
Yes.
might lose the second pride of your position, the pawn on b5.
Actually, I think I will also, when I see bishop f6, knight a1 this position, I will just stop the
Exactly,
calculating.
and this means that what else do you have? Only a rook a2.
Yes.
And what a game. This is the last game of the match. The score is level, but Ju Wenjun, according to the computer, has a commanding lead so far. She has a big advantage. Will she find the rook a2 move? I think she will. She should find this move, and then the challenger will really have a hard time to stop those pawns.
Yes.
And Ju Wenjun has been thinking for 13 minutes already in this
Yes.
in this spot. She has a lot of time because she played fast in the opening. It's move number 18 for her.
Yes.
So she can afford to spend time because she knows this is a critical moment. Of course, she does not want to take the knight, as we explained. But she has another, as you said, she has an option to take on f6.
Yes. And maybe, but I think bishop f6, knight a1 for me is a very easy move to find for both colors. But maybe if she missed this knight a1 move, maybe she will go bishop f6. Because if you play g takes f6, knight b3, I think the advantage for white is much clearer than now to play rook a2.
This is true. This is true. So this might, this indeed might be tempting for black, for white to
yes.
take on f6, but of course it has. She is a world champion. She will calculate this line. Knight a1 is a move that she can find, and she will find, of course.
Yes.
And I think we should expect a move like rook a2. Guys, while she is waiting, actually on the previous day, Ju Wenjun also had her chances to take the lead with black. Let's take a short recap. We'll take a short breather and enjoy the analysis of previous game. We'll be back very soon, right after this. Hi, and welcome to a recap of Game 11 of the World Championship match between Ju Wenjun and Lei Tingjie. The game today was another tense level fight. Lei Tingjie, the challenger, was white, 2 games to go, her last white of the match. And she keeps playing e4 so far in the match. And after the Italian game, as we have already seen, Ju Wenjun decided to play bishop e7 instead of the bishop c5 she tried previously. And here it feels like Lei Tingjie mixed up her preparation a little bit, played bishop g5. The more common move here is to play short castle. And after the bishop e6, exchanges on f6, knight d5, bishop d5, and knight b4. The position is, especially because black manages to play to break through in the center, the position is pretty balanced with really not much going on for either side. It looks as if white's game is slightly more pleasant here, but the world champion Ju Wenjun played very precisely. bringing her rooks to the e file to defend the pawn. And now, after a6 is a very nice move. Black wants to play b5, pretty much inviting white to play a5, which we thought was a good move anyway for white. But now, after the pawn moved to a5, black might have options to transfer the knight, for instance, to a place like d6, followed by e4 ideas. And here, after queen f3, black played f5, and after this position, the position remains balanced, but it begins to feel that black is taking over a little bit. It's a little bit more pleasant to play with black, although neither side can really make any progress until because the position is really fairly balanced. However, here we felt that f3, although the computer evaluation doesn't really change much and it's still equalish, after f3 is a very is a move that really it weakens the pawn on the pawn structure on the king side, and making all kinds of breaks like f4 or even e4 much more dangerous from white's perspective. So it's a very committal move by white. And after that, black plan seems to be much easier. Lei Tingjie was getting a little bit short on time here. Her position is not clear, the plans are not clear what to do, whereas black really wants to break through. However, the challenger here found a fantastic resource to run her king all the way to the king side, which reminds of, and as Lei Tingjie said, of a plan that was employed by Bibisara Sobaeva some time ago in the beginning of the year. The point is that all the action is going to take place on the king side, and for this reason, with the king on the queen side, white will enjoy much more all the action on the king side. However, here black had a very computer-like way to prevent the king from going and to the king side, to the queen side, sorry, by playing bishop g7, a move that really doesn't come to mind at all. But I have to show it because that was the best way for black to go. The point is that after king e1, black goes knight f6, another move that is very difficult to see, and after king d1, the queen goes to d5. Now, the point is that the queen from d5 protects the rook on e6. We'll see why this is important. It puts pressure along this diagonal with ideas like knight g4 in the air, and it also puts pressure on the knight on c4. For instance, after a move like rook e1, black can play a bishop h6, very important, preventing the king from running away. Follow the next move, e4 will follow, and if the king continues its march to c1, then e4 is very strong, and here on fe4, for instance, even a knight e4 is a very strong move. Now, if we take on e4, then the white king is really very weak, especially after the pawn with the pawn on a5. But if we don't take the knight, for instance, a move like queen h2, then simply bishop h6 followed by knight c3 is game over. Of course, it was very difficult to see for a human player, and for this reason, Ju Wenjun played king g7, a very normal move. But now, after the king runs to d1, it's all of a sudden it's black who needs to be very careful, because if white manages to consolidate, to play king c1, rook e1, then all kinds of breaks in the center in ways of g4, f4 or d4 will be very dangerous for black already. And for this reason, Ju Wenjun, running down on time, on less than 6 minutes, she finds the best way, the only way to really keep the position balanced with a move like e4, and the following variations are really forced. She temporarily sacrifices a pawn, but keeping the pressure along the e-file, She forces all the exchanges of all the rooks, the pair of knights, and now we eliminate into an opposite colored bishop and endgame with the queens on the board, but it doesn't really matter much. And here the game concluded with a perpetual check and a threefold repetition. All in all, a very tense game, a balanced game, and neither side had any big chances today. It was slightly more pleasant for black, but Lei Tingjie found a very, very nice maneuver with the king, which forced the game into a draw. One game to go. Score is level. Everything will be decided in game 12. If not, we'll see a tiebreak. Stay tuned.
Which of the two will fight to the end and become the new queen? Which of the two will resist the pressure and finally hold the trophy of the victory? Which of the two will inherit the glory of the East? Very soon the battle of wisdom is about to begin. A breathtaking confrontation across the chessboard is imminent.
那我觉得每一次对抗赛都是不同的。我的目标就是认真的去下好每一
Ju
盘棋。
Wenjun has a really strong heart. She will excel at seizing any opportunity. Her willpower will be released on the chessboard, determined to retain her title and stay at the
以
top.
前的比赛每一场棋其实都会是难忘的，但是我觉得在接下来的这场比赛将会是我职业生涯当中最难忘的一场比赛。
Lei Tingjie is the new challenger. She will fight for every inch of the board, eager to showcase her fresh energy and aspiration. Two strong players from the mysterious East, the best teammates and toughest opponents. On the stage of 64 white and black squares, they will demonstrate their best performance and unveil unlimited, exciting possibilities.
Ben. Welcome back, everybody. This is game 12 of the World Championship match between Ju Wenjun and Lei Tingjie. Ju Wenjun surprised her opponent in the last game. The score is tied, but so the winner of this game will become the world champion. If not, we will go to tie breaks. Ju Wenjun surprised Lei Tingjie in the opening. She had a commanding lead when we left the stream, but she did not play Queen Rook A2.
Yes.
She went for the other line that you said, Bishop takes F6, but this is, the computer says, it's a blunder. Instead of having a commanding advantage of more than one pawn,
Yes.
according to the computer, black now after the correctly played knight takes A1, bishop takes A1, queen A5. It's anybody's game now.
Yes, of course. And actually, from the last few moves, first I want to say the Rook A2 is really a hard move to find for both
Absolutely.
colors.
We are, it has to be said, the disclaimer is important. We are so
Yes.
smart here. We are saying, okay, Rook A2 is a good move, Bishop F6 is a blunder. Of course, having the computer add is so much easier to do when you have to calculate, because it has to be said, on Rook A2, you have to calculate so many lines. As we said, knight takes D2, knight E4 is one of them. Knight A5, first of all, you have to see that there is no chances for to save the knight. You have to calculate moves like queen c5 and then all kinds of sacrifices, right? She might not have liked this sacrifice, for instance, right? Because she felt that maybe, and this is, for instance, if you take on a5, you cannot save the pawn on b6, and then you see that only black can be better here, right?
Yes, of course.
Because if you lose the pawn on b6, it's very tricky. And the computer says, yes, but white can save this pawn. Not trivial at all how it can be saved. It can be very, very scary, dangerous if you calculate it as white. And then you are having this other alternative to take on f6, and then you say, of course, she saw knight a1, rook bishop a1, queen a5, but now she feels that with those two pieces for the rook, and this pawn is not yet taken, and it probably will not be, right? Can we save it? So my first intention would be a move like queen c3, forcing a queen exchange. First of all, we need to understand who it benefits, right?
And it seems like I will go f6 here.
You go f6. Of course, you don't want to trade the rooks this way, right? Because the bishop will, the rook will come to b1, and this pawn, with the support of those light pieces, can become very dangerous.
Yes.
How do you feel about this? The last few moves.
I think I can. I try to explain all the things from last few moves. First, I think when Ju Wenjun played a5, she missed the knight b3. This is what I think, because if she can manage to play rook a2, maybe she find knight b3 and she find knight rook a2 is the position I am better, but. After knight b3, Ju Wenjun took almost 20 minutes to play the bishop f6, which is a blunder. So maybe knight b3 is missed by Ju Wenjun. And actually, we said it before, Lei Tingjie is between two players. She is the player who has more tactic skills, maybe. Of course, Ju Wenjun is also
yes, let me disagree, because both are fantastic. But right, if we are speaking about styles of play, right?
Yes, style of play, and Ju Wenjun maybe is more stronger in the endgame or positional. At least their style is like this. So after knight b3, actually this is a very good tactics. If white cannot find rook a2, this position may be just better for black if you have not rook a2.
Absolutely, yes. And even if you see rook a2, it's not entirely clear, because again, knight d2 is also a valid move, followed by knight e4. There are a lot of calculations to be made, and scary calculations, it should be said, right?
And actually, after knight b3, maybe Ju Wenjun was very shocked, and she thought I just blundered to play a5. Maybe she thought a5 is a blunder because black has knight b3. So
everything is possible indeed.
And at last, I want to say rook a2 is really a difficult move to find in the game, because you need to be very calm and because after knight b3, what you want to try to find is all about tactics, not to play a move gentle like rook a2.
Exactly, absolutely, absolutely agree. And for this reason, bishop f6 makes a lot of sense.
Yes. And the knight a1 is really a move. I think both players actually has the both players has the ability to find knight a1 is the best move, and after knight a1 is really both 3 results game.
Absolutely, 3 results game. And the position, actually, it's not that white is worse or losing by any means not, but it's a game. It's a new game.
Yes.
We can say it, because had Ju Wenjun played rook a2, she would have a commanding lead, according to the computer. Again, in a practical game, not so easy. Of course, for a human, but now even the computer says it's about equal. it doesn't look like an equality to me, right?
Yes.
The material is imbalanced. Rook and the pawn for 2 minor pieces. If you are taking the old school evaluation of pieces where the rook, I have been taught that the rook is 5 pawns.
Yes.
And the minor piece is a 3 and the pawn is a pawn. So you have 6 versus 6. Nowadays, the evaluations are slightly different.
Yes.
So I heard people, top grandmasters say that a rook is probably worth 4.5 pawns or something like this. And the bishop is 3.25 and the knight is 3. So you do the math. For me, it's very difficult. I am the old school guy, 5, 1, 3, and that's how we work. But basically, the justification for it is that most of the time, if you have a bishop with 2 pawns versus a rook, it's the bishop and 2 pawns are better than the rook.
And actually, I watched yesterday the bullet just champion, internet champion, and actually Magnus Carlsen played a lot of bishop and 2 pawns against the rook. In the semifinals against Filuzier and in the finals against Hikaru, he played a lot of positions. Maybe the bar is because I watched all the games with the bar. I know not all the games he is in advantage with bishop and 2 pawns against the rook. But it seems like top players also loves to play some kind of.
Absolutely, because really it often is much easier to play with a bishop or a knight and 2 pawns than with the rook. Nevertheless, here we have only 1 pawn, but what's to me what's most important here is that this duo is ruined. There is no more pawn on a5. You don't have to worry about it. It's also very difficult for black to make any progress with her pawns, right?
Yes.
Because the bishop on a1 is extremely strong. And the knight, together with the knight, it really prevents any attempt for black to push the pawns. But I think that having the rooks, now all those kinds of moves like c3 gain a lot in their force.
And actually,
and how do you defend? My biggest question here is how do you defend this pawn on b5?
Maybe we can continue our game in future after queen c3.
Queen c3.
Yes.
So we can play f6. F6, as you said, it looks the most promising move.
Yes, but
at
the
first sight. The computer doesn't approve, but it will probably disapprove of many of our moves. It's okay.
Yes.
Because. But we are trying to understand how the players are thinking, right? And f6 looks very natural for at least for the reason that we want to play e5. We want to start pushing our pawns, right? So this seems to be a multi-purpose move. We block the long diagonal. We take e5 under control.
Yes.
And also in some cases we make a luft for our king, although here when we have 2 rooks and our opponent has only 1 rook, we probably will not be facing mates along the last rank.
And now the position seems like the queen will be exchanged, so we really don't need to worry about our kings.
Exactly, but again, for instance, why the bar drops, the computer says, okay, but you know, everything is good, but I have bishop c3 here. And
it's
the problem is that
yes.
if you take the pawn on d5, I have knight d4, and I win this extremely important pawn on e6. Why it's important? Because now I will have this fantastic square for my knights on d4. You can never push me with your pawn away, and having this square on d4, I'm probably out of danger.
Yes.
Would you agree?
I think after knight d4, I see the engine said it's totally equal, but I'm prefer to play with white here.
Exactly. I would take white as well. And why is that? It's for the very, very simple fact that White's game is so much easier here, right? Black
Yes.
pawns move nowhere. All I have to do is maneuver my pieces somehow and start attacking them. And because I have two minor pieces against one rook, it's always the problem for the rook because I can attack any pawn twice, you can only defend it once.
Yes.
So basically the way we win these games with white, we attack with 2 times, black can only defend once, we take it. We attack the other one with twice and take it. This is the way games are lost with black, with the rook against minor pieces. And for this reason, f6 is, I agree, f6, the drawback of this move is that it would weaken the pawn on e6.
Yes. So
How do we proceed? But now we can see that Ju Wenjun is again taking a lot of time because exchanging those queens is an extremely important decision.
yes.
You need to really understand very deeply the outcome, the emerging endgame,
Yes.
because it can might as well be just lost for white.
Yes, if, for example, let's say after queen c3, if black managed to just take on, if black...
Let's imagine we go here, right,
Yes,
and then
and,
we lose the pawn on d5, on b5 somehow,
And for example...
or like this,
yes,
right?
I want to say just if after black managed to play some rook a2 and... okay, I just show it easily. What I want to say is to, after for example, h3 and c3, for example, you play the knight b3, I just want to show if I can manage to put my pawn on c2, it's just finished.
Exactly.
And
if the pawn goes all the way to c2.
Yes, and actually the only square you can defend the pawn straight to c2 is c3. So if you, for example, if you play bishop c3 here, and if I can play rook a3 and now I have rook c1, it's still fine for white. But if sometimes you must play bishop d4 and after c3, it's just lost. It's just like the goalkeeper in the football. It's if the forward across the goalkeeper, it's just
exactly
finished.
Yes. So this once we pass this final barrier on c3, there is no stopping this pawn, and for this reason queen c3 is really very scary.
Yes.
Because we know that in the endgames the rook is often stronger than the two pieces.
Yes.
Because it can work both flanks, especially here that we have a very strong passer, protected passer, supported by one of the rooks already. So we really need to be very careful in going into endgames, because it might as well be just lost for us.
Yes.
By force. Okay, and if we are not going to the endgame, the reasoning might be that especially having such a strong bishop on a1, we might want to start not like this, of course, because c3 is just crushing, but we might want to try and build some pressure along the long diagonal.
Yes.
Right? Especially, for instance, let's imagine if we can place the knight on d4. And now a move like queen d2, we are going to make pretend that there is no move like c3.
Okay,
My point is that here you don't have the threat is knight takes e6 basically, and opening this diagonal very strongly. Black will not have f6 because e6 would be hanging, right? So we can just win this pawn altogether. And if black needs to play a move like e5, then knight goes to c6, and this the pawn will again become very dangerous. I'm so excited I cannot even
Yes.
draw lines. So this pawn with the knight, with the support of the knight on c6, can be extremely dangerous as well. So this is really a very balanced position. Each side has its own trumps, its own problems.
Yes, and
exciting. What an exciting position.
And
We couldn't have asked for more for the last game. For those who are joining us to this moment, the match is leveled at 5.5 points each after 11 games. This is game number 12, the last game of the match. Ju Wenjun surprised her opponent, could have gotten a very, very big advantage, but misstepped here at this very moment. She took on f6. Instead, she had a very promising rook a2 move. And now the battle really is reopened.
Yes. And actually, I think I just try to memorize all the games from the start till now. I think maybe this is the first game we see the pieces are not unbalanced. I mean, white has knight and bishop against the rook. Maybe the pieces are unbalanced. Is the first time we see in the game.
Yes. So far we only saw pawn unbalances.
Yes,
right?
Lei Tingjie sacrificed a lot of pawns, but this time she levels up. She sacrificed the piece.
But you know, altogether she sacrificed 7 pawns so far.
Maybe 8 pawns because one game she sacrificed 2 pawns.
Okay,
yeah.
so 8 pawns altogether. It's almost a queen, right, in the match.
Yes,
So,
almost a queen.
this is quite impressive in any way. But now, actually, if we calculation-wise, right, the balance is there. So we are having a balanced position material-wise, but of course the game is very unbalanced. And Ju Wenjun, I think she is not entirely happy with what she's seeing.
Yes.
And she caught up with Lei on time as well. So everything is now balanced, even the time situation.
And
except for the psychological aspect, I think. Because I
yes.
think that psychologically, Lei feels that, okay, the worst, and I'm pretty sure
Yes,
that
yes.
she was there, she knew that after knight b3, her position is a bit shaky.
Yes.
It will be interesting to ask this in the press conference, and we see that the world champion decides that she wants to go to this endgame.
And actually, I think Queen c3 is maybe a smart decision. I'm not sure because we just said c3, and actually they just
she immediately Lei Tingjie takes the pawn.
Yes, and now you must keep all the pieces on c3. c3 is the last.
The key to this position, absolutely, you have to fight for the square. As you said, rook a3 doesn't yield anything yet, right?
Yes.
Rook c1, and we would really love to, to get around this pawn and take it.
Yes.
If we could. Can we try to do that? And also, white has a very important positional threat, I think, to play e4.
Yes, I think I like this e4. The point of e4 is first let's just play some random moves for black. You cannot take on e4. Of course, I take on e4. This is just better for white. And if you don't take, you play any moves, I will take, and then if I play knight d4, this knight is strong because let's see if we don't play e4 after knight d4, sometimes you have e5 to capture it, just to take it away. But after this pawn exchange, sometimes but maybe the bar said not now to play knight d4, but I just show the plan. I think after knight d4, maybe knight f3, I put the king to the center. It's black, the pawn is just stuck on d5 and c4, and this is very important for white.
Yeah, it's much easier to play with white here, especially given the fact that this pawn is still alive.
Yes.
And it not only forces black to take care about its advance, it also does a very important job of blocking the b file. So
Yes.
the rook cannot enter and support the other passed pawns. And of course, we have this very nice square for the knight. So this would be a dream for white, of course.
And Alik, actually, I have a question I just found 30 seconds ago. How can white play knight g5 here? I just not sure. Maybe we can consider this.
This is a very interesting move. So you are threatening just to take on h7. By the way, I'm not sure it's such a dangerous threat. Can I just ignore?
Yes, this is what I also want to ask. I'm not sure.
The computer says no. You cannot ignore it.
Yes.
Let's see why, because it's interesting. So the point was that I kind of was hoping that I can run away.
Yes.
But you just take here, and I think the point is that you are threatening here and threatening to take, because the only way for me to protect the pawn on f7 is just to play rook f8, and of course if I lose this guy, I go home.
Yes.
And of course this is also not an option, because this is checkmate, go home again. So knight h5, knight g5, this is a very tricky move. But what happens if I play g6?
Actually, I haven't checked what will I play after g6, but I want. I think
scary.
Yes,
It looks very scary to open this diagonal so much. But again, as long as we have c3, we are kind of out of danger.
Yes, and actually, white haven't got enough time to put the queen on the, for example, h6, f6, these important squares. I cannot just easily put it.
But you know, I glanced at the computer, and I have to show it, guys, because this is an amazing line. The computer goes bishop c3 here.
Yes.
You would think, why I will just take.
Yes.
Now it goes queen d1, and you will ask, what? So I think the answer to what is I want to play knight e4, queen d4.
Oh, this is one of the...
Or queen d6 if you take the knight, of course.
Yes.
And then black offers h6 move.
So it's
very normal,
very
right?
normal.
To throw the knight away. But there is knight takes f7.
Whoa.
King takes f7. Then the queen suddenly comes from f3.
Yeah.
So white is an exchange down and a bunch of pawns. No, just one pawn. But once the queen goes to f6, it's really starting to get everything with checks. And apparently this position, according to the machine, is equalish.
This equal is...
I rest my case, basically, yes. So this is how the computer evaluates all those kind of things.
Yes, but anyway, this line is really hard to decide to play in the game, because some moves like queen d1, knight f7 is you just put everything all into the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
To the king side.
So for this reason,
I think queen c3 is a very a move just shows that Ju Wenjun think in this kind of endgame I can hold, or maybe she think I'm still better. I'm not sure, because I see the engine said that this position is totally equal, but actually I prefer black here. I have to say, this is what I thought of this position, but for Ju Wenjun, I'm not sure she maybe because she is a very strong endgame player, so
maybe she understands it. Not maybe she understands it deeper than we do, right?
Yes.
And also again, she has the time. She really, the players over the board, they really get into very deep into understanding the position, much deeper than we can go get into the position. We have other advantages going on for us. We can use the computer aid, we can take back moves, we can go calculate many lines and take back, which is very important. But as far as understanding the depth of those lines, the players really go very, very deep here. And for this reason, I think she evaluated that let me phrase it. So when you are playing this position is white, you know that if you manage to stabilize it, you will have a very pleasant advantage until the very end of the game. The only question is whether you can do this. And sometimes you think that, okay, I just need to be precise for a few moves and then the game is mine, but you never really manage to do that. And
it happens very often in our chess games.
Yes, it happens more often than you would love to, of course.
Yes.
And okay, so 94, it's a move. So both players are really, the fight around b5 has begun. And the point is of 94 is that e5 is the tactical justification is that it will run into knight f5, attacking the bishop, and you have no good way to go with the bishop, because if you return to c7, there is check, and knight takes d5. Without this pawn, the whole position collapses for black.
Yes, and if you go anywhere for the bishop, I take on e5.
Exactly. If you go the other way, and then e5 is lost, and again it is now this position. For instance, just to get some perspective, some understanding, the computer gives a 1.5 point pawn advantage here for white, just to show that this position is indeed very difficult. Just as we said, white will, with those pawns, they are not strong anymore. They are paralyzed and they are easy targets for attack.
Yes. And you need some support for this d5 and c4 pawns.
And for this reason, you shall not play e5. So the dangers of this position, although the computer might say 0, 0, 0 until tomorrow, there are a lot of dangers in this position. From the white side, if you lose this pawn and black keeps the pawn chain intact, you will be in trouble as well.
Yes.
Let's just imagine that black plays a move like a bishop c5 and manages to win this pawn, right? So now, with those two open lines for the rooks, we will power through. We will start pushing the pawn. And another important thing I wanted to ask you. Should we exchange the rooks or should we the eternal questions? Does black want to exchange the rooks or let them stay on the board?
I'm not sure about this kind of position, but in a lot of other positions like knight and bishop against the rook, it shows we need to change the rook, because if we don't exchange the rook, then white has a rook. We have two rooks, so white also has the skill with the rook.
Exactly.
But yes, and but I exchange one of the rooks. It means white will have no rooks in the game, and the rank and the lines are just only black can play.
Exactly. This is what I wanted also to say. This is a very important rule of thumb, which will more work in most situations.
Yes.
So when white has this combination of rook, bishop, and knight is extremely dangerous, because, as you said, they have all the skills of the chess pieces are there. Once you exchange the rooks, you don't have anything that can go along the ranks and files, and this greatly reduces the potential of white pieces. Absolutely. So for this reason, I would consider exchanging the rooks, but I'm not sure we can do that, right? Because
yes.
B1 is covered, A1 is covered, so maybe we cannot really do that.
Yes, but it's a plan for black.
But it's a plan, it's a threat, you can call it as a threat, maybe even. And now black's plan would be to start preparing to push those pawns, right?
Yes. So maybe white has to play some f4 and
Exactly.
some moves
So
to.
we have to keep this pawn from advancing, but now it's black who is trying
Yes,
to win. Black
it's
will
very
try
passive.
to go, and I would argue that white might want to play a move like e4 and force e takes d5, e takes d5.
Yes.
To prevent at least the option of of black playing e5 herself. Here the computer says that it doesn't work tactically because rook a3 and comes to d3. But in general, I think white will have to do something like that sooner or later. Who do you think has the better chances here?
I think this is a really three results game. Both players has good winning chances, because for white, if she can protect the b5 pawn and manage to do, for example, let's just imagine white can put her king from g1 to c2 and just stop any attack for black on the queen side. I think I will prefer white, but it seems not easy because black's speed is really quickly and really fast. And for example, if black can manage to do something like rook a3, rook a2, just get good pressures on the queen side, it's really tough for white to defend well.
Yeah, for instance, a move like rook a3 is a move that you calculate. Maybe it's the first move you calculate, right?
Yes.
Because you ask the question, where do you go? For instance, if the bishop goes to b2, rook a2 might be very unpleasant because rook b1 and now it just.
At least I can play.
I think at least we can play this.
Yes.
But the computer even says.
Yes,
even
e5.
this is even stronger
because knight f5. If you play knight f5, I have rook b5. I think.
Just rook b5 and this along this file, and there is a disaster coming. Rook takes b2 in the second rank, and the pawn will just run over. Again, this is not all those lines are need to be calculated carefully by both players. But here you kind of get the feeling is white that something is getting wrong, right?
Yes, it's in the emotion. I think black pieces Lei Tingjie will feel really better than what ends in the opening. Just the position after before Ju Wenjun played the bishop f6. If Ju Wenjun played the rook a2, this position maybe just something emotional will influence in the game. But here I think.
Sorry, I'm interrupting. She played e5, and you see the board jumping, skyrocketing for white. e5 is a blunder because knight f5, as we said, is a positional blunder. This is not a tactical, not so much a tactical blunder as a positional blunder, because after knight f5, black will be in trouble. Black loses this pawn on the e pawn, and as we said, the remaining pawns will become easy targets for white pieces.
Wow. Did she miss the knight f5? I think it's just like Lei Tingjie missed the knight f5. Maybe she think Ju Wenjun will play knight c6 because this looks much more natural, and I just don't want to think myself anymore. I just see the engine said after rook b5, if white play bishop e5. Let's make sure why knight e5 cannot be played. Knight e5, bishop, rook a3 is winning for black. Okay, I just show if both players play the most accurate ways. Bishop e5, knight e5, and rook b2. It's just a position which white maybe must play some moves like knight c4. It's totally better for black. But knight f5 seems a really But Lei Tingjie played bishop f8 very quickly. So maybe she thinks this position is still in her mind?
Yes,
Actually-
but maybe she counts on some concrete play.
Yes, because actually I looked at this position. I think it's really something black can consider, because after bishop e5, rook b5, now black has some moves like rook a2 and bishop b4. All the pieces can attacking on the queen side. What black wants to do is to put my c4 pawn as quick as I can play to promotion. And now these moves for white is not very easy, I think. You need to be a good defender here.
Well,
in
you
a
need
few
to
moves.
you need to for a few moves you will need to find
How to defend.
how to place your pieces. And so, for instance, okay, the first intention is get the bishop back to prevent bishop b4, right? So we need to play something like this.
Yes, actually this move is really
Rook
good.
a3, yes.
Rook a3. I think I will play rook c1.
Rook a3, rook c1. And now the question is, what
Whoa.
happens? First of all, what happens if we just?
The bar jumps really a lot.
But then you
Ah,
have this one,
I've-
and now bishop b4.
Well, I just after bishop b4, it's maybe black winning position. I need to check with engine. Knight b1, some
Knight
move.
B1.
Yes, this is what I don't want to see in the position.
And here, apparently, rook b7, important move, preventing knight e5 check, and the other knight cannot take on d5 because of checkmate.
Yes,
So we managed to keep, but I definitely prefer white here because,
Yes.
again, this is a game where it can take 100 moves, but as we said, we will take this one, we will take this one, unless, of course, black is very fast to create some counterplay.
but I think it's
But it's a two-result game. Anyway.
yes. Oh, so rook a3, actually maybe knight d4 is the move.
So after we expect bishop takes, rook takes.
Yes.
Now we go here, knight, rook a3, attacking
So
the
knight-
bishop. The only way we cannot move the bishop, so knight d4, attacking the rook.
And if you play rook b7, for example, and now can I play rook c1? I need to. I think rook c1 still rook c3. It's almost
Again,
the same.
rook
Yes.
c1, but we have knight e2. Not an easy move to make the least, right?
Yes.
But once we do that, once we manage to stabilize, then the knight, second knight will go, and you can really not prevent it so much because, for instance, if you play a move like rook a2, trying to keep
Pressure.
again the pressure on the second, you are threatening bishop b4. It looks like black really has a lot of activity going on for her. But a move like rook d1, this is a computer move. I'm not saying that it's a trivial by any means, not a trivial moves, any of it. But the computer says that, okay, here, black is really in trouble because white managed to stabilize the position
Yes.
and will take over.
Yes.
But you can see that Ju Wenjun is not sure. She's not even taking the pawn on e5 yet because it does look very scary to just give up this pawn.
Yes.
And especially when you start seeing all those lines, you are calculating and you are saying, okay, rook c1 doesn't work because rook c3, bishop b4 looks really, really dangerous.
Actually, after rook c3, bishop b4, let's just after this, black just if now rook b3, white has knight e7. This is the only move for white. If white hasn't got this knight e7, knight f d5, it's just lost for white. you have no square for the knight because you take, I will checkmate in one, and only move for white is to play knight at e7 and knight fd5. White luckily got the winning position after this, but in the calculation, maybe you will think after bishop b4, it's the position you lost. So it's really difficult to find the moves here.
Absolutely, it looks extremely dangerous.
Knight d4, knight d3 is also really difficult to find in the game.
Absolutely.
But
and both players understand that if white survives this storm, she will positionally she will be fantastic.
Yes.
There is no doubt in either of these players' mind about that. But the question is whether you can weather this storm. Right?
Yes.
And this is really not
easy.
trivial at all.
Yes. But here I think bishop e5 seems to me is the only move. For example, if you play rook b1, I play f6, I think black is better.
And for this reason, she, again, I think she will play bishop takes e5 because really it's hard to see another move for white. And I'm actually wondering what is Ju thinking about here.
Yes, this is what I also want to know.
Oh, maybe she is considering a move like rook a1.
Rook a1.
But again, it makes no sense. You just you either take and play f6, or you play f6 immediately. And why would this be even good for white? But she really is tanking here.
Yes.
And we have to say, players have only half an hour left for 18 moves.
17 moves.
Yes, for 17 moves. And the position is not trivial at all. Another when I'm thinking about this position. Okay, I wanted to say g6, bishop g7, but this is not nothing to worry about. But something to worry about is a move like bishop b4, right? You have to calculate it.
Yes, but it seems like it still have some knight e7.
Exactly. So knight e7 is a really problematic move for black to allow. So indeed, rook a3 looks the best move and also the scariest if you are white, because you know that those rooks and they seem to be very strong. They can be very they are extremely active, and if you don't manage to keep this pawn, you will simply lose the game. So the pressure is enormous. This is the last game of the match. The winner takes it all, just like in the a very famous ABBA song. And draw. If the game goes to a draw, although it seems that actually in this kind of a position, it's hard to me to imagine a scenario where we will have a draw, because either white manages to stabilize and then she will just slowly win the game, or black manages to break through and then black wins wins the game fast. Which one of this will be? I don't know.
Yes, I also have no idea.
But the world champion is
still thinking
for 9 minutes on this move. The move that we think is almost forced.
Yes.
But and she has shown that she doesn't waste time just like that. She has good reasons to think. What is her consideration in this position? It reminds me a little bit of Game 7 of Ding in Game 7, if you remember, when in approaching the time trouble.
That's a French difference.
He just froze. I think it was Game 7, I'm not sure.
Yes.
When he was better with black, and then he just froze, he couldn't make a move, and he lost on time. it can happen. It can happen to you, right?
Yes.
Because you're getting into some kind of mode when you keep calculating. You're not happy with your moves. You need some circuit breaker to say, okay, stop and make a move, but it's not there. And she takes the pawn on e5. Eventually, she takes the pawn. Rook takes b5. Again, bishop c3 is not a trivial move. Maybe
yes.
you don't make it right away. And she didn't. I think she played e4.
She played
e4? G4. She played g4. And actually, the computer says g4 is a perfectly fine move. The point of g4, I think, is to make the luft for the king. Make sure there are no disasters along the first rank. Wow, a g4. Wow. What about a move like bishop b4? Can we play it? The bar says you can, but you will not like the consequences. Why?
But why? I try to find it myself.
The knight goes to b1 to c3.
Yes, actually, this is one of the plans. When this position, I thought maybe I will go knight b1.
Exactly. This is one of the typical ways for the knight to go to c3. And the rook will join d1, and then we put immense pressure on d5, and we just take it basically. For this, for all of those reasons, g4 is a very good move because you make sure there are no disasters along the back rank.
Yes.
Right? You don't blunder checkmates. Black has 2 rooks. White has only 1.
Well, and
but what do you do after a move like g6? The point that is, if you go knight d4, this is the natural move. I think.
Yes.
The bishop is a bit cut off from defend, not c3 immediately, but
for example, rook b2. Some moves.
For instance, we go with the rook to b2, attacking the knight. Again, if the knight goes to b1.
Whoa.
This is
a good move.
The world
yes.
champion found a fantastic setup. Right, this is what she needed to find: a setup for her pieces. The knight goes to e4 to d4. The second one goes to c3, and the rook. One of the why it's important to have this g4 pawn move, because once the knight hits, let's say, how can we make it happen? Once the knight gets to c3, and
yes.
if there is no luft, there might be many options where you cannot protect the knight, because I will just take and give checkmate. But with the luft, of course, none of this will ever work. So
yes,
this is very important for white. However, the computer says that after knight d2, there is a subtle move, rook b6.
I want to play f6.
The point being that we want to play f6.
Yes, just to get away from this diagonal.
Yes, and get away, get home. You can force me to weaken a little bit.
Yes.
Eventually you will get there. But now,
this
without
is
the bishop
not
on
important
e5,
for
this
me.
is much... the point of black's game here is that
yes.
without the bishop on e5, the bishop on b4 really controls this diagonal.
And attacking on queen side is much more important for black. I can give this f5 squares anyway. This is not important for me in this attacking.
Absolutely, but I have to admit this is an extremely hard idea to find
yes.
for a human. The fact that you basically are pushing the knight to a square that it wants to go, it goes with the tempo.
Yes.
Then you need to find a move like rook b6, which is not clear at all.
Yes.
Well, you need to understand that we do understand that we want to drive the bishop away. But, example, what do you do with this move? The computer goes bishop g7.
Well, this is a move
exchanging the bishop.
Yes, this is a move I will never consider in this position. I admit.
This just goes to show you that how difficult it would be for black to even keep fighting here, because even this is not entirely equalizing. White is still better, but black would have chances. Any other move, or for instance, if we make the normal move like bishop b4 here, it's a whole lot of different story, because now once with the bishop on the long diagonal, you can always stop this pawn from advancing to c3.
I can put these 3 pieces into d4, c3 with any
in any combination
kind
that you want, right?
Yes.
The knight can always jump to c2, attacking. But Lei Tingjie finds g6. To me, g6 is a move that is really, really difficult to make.
Yes.
Because you are weakening so many squares on the king side. Amazing, really, that both those last both moves really are impressive to me. And what should white do? White can go with the knight to g3. It feels a little bit off the game to go to g3. You want to go to d4, but again, it's a bit strange to block your this diagonal, your own bishop.
Yes, actually, I just as we showed it before, knight d4. If black play rook b2, you need to play knight b1. This is a move really difficult to find when you play.
Difficult to find, exactly. For both players, it has to be said, right? Because when you want to push your pawn, you look forward, right? You don't look backwards. You don't necessarily check those moves like rook b6. Maybe after some thought, after some time, when you understand in all your calculations that, okay, this bishop is so important on e5, I need to drive it away. But again, when you play rook b6, you kind of immediately say, okay, what did I get with after g5?
Yes.
Did I make any progress? Not so much.
Actually. And after g5, actually, if I play black, I will go for rook a2. I really don't want to play bishop g7, but it seems like rook a2. I just ready for the engine will laugh at me. Yes, it did it. Knight b1. This is a really important move, knight b1. I just speechless, because I really think this rook a2 and the knight b1 is an exchange better for black, but actually this knight on b1 is just look at this knight. Stop the rook or bishop on a3 and stop the c3 and stop the thing on d2, and if white manage to play knight c3, your d5 pawn is really hanging. So the knight on b1 is really a good knight. I'm very surprised about this.
Absolutely, and I saw Brian in chat says after g4 he said that's not a move he would even consider, and he's impressed, and he says I would lose with either color here, and I can actually relate to it and echo the same thought. I think I would not be wrong to say that I feel the same here.
Yes.
That with those players, they play so beautiful chess that I mean, g4 and g6 were both found by them, and the game really continues here. Will Ju Wenjun keep the knight on d4? Will she prefer to keep the bishop open?
Yes.
Because knight g3 has the goal of keeping the bishop open, preventing c3 from now. The knight can still go to e2, which is
not so far from the
which is where we
arena.
want to be.
Yes.
But now, for instance, after bishop g7, and now bishop g7 really makes a lot of sense.
Yes.
Right? To get because this bishop is so strong, you want to get rid of it.
Yes.
How do you stop the pawn? Not so easy to stop the pawn now,
yes.
because knight e2 runs into
rook b2 and
right?
rook a2 next.
And we just power through. And if you cannot stop the pawn, And Ju Wenjun made a move. What should she go? I think knight d4.
Knight d4
is on the board. This is the most natural move. And now the question is, will Lei Tingjie find the rook b6 move? Because if you are not playing rook b6, where are you going? So you have a few moves. Rook c5 is also a move that can be considered, right? Because
yes.
You put the rook on c5, rook b2 is on the board, so the most natural move, rook b2. But the computer says, after rook b2, white has a commanding lead of almost 1.5 pawns.
Yes.
After knight b1.
But Alik, to be honest, if I play this game, I will never consider knight b1.
Yes,
it's really.
But what to do here? If not knight d1, what do you do?
I will choose knight f4 f3 or rook d1.
Yes.
From these two moves.
It has to be said that after knight 4 f3 is still a big advantage for white for basically all the same reasons. We managed to stop the pawns on their squares.
And I think knight b1 still is the important move after knight 4 f3. Yes, I saw it. Knight b1 is still the computer move.
It's still the move,
yes.
because that's, for instance, after rook c2, if we want to still push, right, knight b1 is the only way to prevent. And but if we go
yes.
bishop b4, this is the normal computer, human-like way to think. The computer goes back to knight d4. As a human, how do you evaluate this position?
As a human, I think it's a counterplay. I'm not sure I will say black is better here.
For sure, I'm not thinking that okay, I'm plus 2 pawns here with
yes.
white. Yes.
This is plus 2 and 2 and 2. 2.2.
2.2. I don't feel it like this.
Yes.
Here, I don't feel it as white at all.
Yes. What this some kind of ridiculous.
This is a very surprising. So
yes.
The point of this whole is that white manages to just stabilize, to block the pawn from moving. Knight b1 played by Ju Wenjun. Ladies and gentlemen, she is not a world champion for nothing. This is a world champion move. The first move of the computer, it should be said, the knight goes to c3, stopping black from any game. If, for instance, if rook a1, as we said, we want to exchange one pair of rooks, we will go knight c3.
And look at these knights.
The rooks are exchanged, but yes, look at those knights. Those pawns are not strong anymore. They are targets. They are weak. So black, for instance, just as an example, we play bishop g7, we exchange those bishops, but now the knights just start taking the pawn. One pawn will be taken. This one also can be easily stopped on c3.
Yes.
Then you just come around, surround this pawn, take another one.
And look at the rook. You cannot play rook b3, rook c2. You cannot help yourself.
But even if you could, there is really nothing you can do.
Yes.
Those knights, a knight will go here or to e2, doesn't really matter much. And now the king will simply advance.
Yes.
Or maybe even f4,
f4
we have a move. You have to go back. Now the king will come. We will target this one. Once we take the pawn on c4, again, it will be played with enough cautious, but white will manage to win this pawn simply for the fact that she has 3 pieces in the game and black can only defend the pawn twice.
Yes. And let's just make something like if I put 2 knights to attack on the pawn and you have rook and the king to defend it, you can also not defend.
Even without our king, exactly, absolutely great point. So we attack it because if we exchange both knights for a rook and a pawn, this is a winning pawn endgame because white has 4 pawns against 3, easily winning for white. And this is the kind of a position where you can still play for 60 moves.
Yes, of course.
But you know the result already.
Yes.
So once we reach, and you can see on Lei's emotions, on Lei's posture, she knows that after knight b1, most feared position that she had getting into this endgame
Yes.
is getting closer and closer, is coming true, because she cannot really make any progress with her pawns. And once they are stabilized, it's just a matter of some precision, not too much.
Yes.
And
So
this is really impressive by the world champion.
and here I think for Lei Tingjie, she needs to find a move to try to make a draw, because I think after knight b1 I can really not easy to find any lines for black to continue for a win. But here actually it's not game over. Even if we just showed it before in this kind of endgames, if black managed to exchange this pawn to any of a white's pawn on the king side, and I just give you an example. For example, if I play rook a1, if you takes the c4 pawn, but I know white will not playing like this. I just want to show something, and after this, for example, if I manage to exchange these pawns to your pawns, and I even can give my rook. For example, I just want to show something. Even if the position goes like this, for example. Okay, I just want to say, even if I give my rook just like this, it's still a draw.
Right.
Yes.
So there is a lot of still a lot of margin
Yes.
of error here
I can.
for black.
I just need to use my pawns to, and I can even give you a rook to exchange all your pawns. So this is one of the. I think this is one of the way black can make tries to make a draw.
Absolutely agree. So maybe I take it back. I simplify it a little bit, but it's very for black. It's
Yes.
very annoying to play this, because
Yes.
you kind of sit there and wait for your opponent to make progress and to finish you off. So maybe you want to keep more material on the table here?
Yes, but actually I could not find a good move to stop white to play knight c3, knight d5 in the future. For example, now you cannot play bishop b4, bishop c5 mainly because of the knight c6. I will change my knight to a bishop, and this is really you cannot accept. For example,
Because with knight and bishop you cannot give
Yes.
up the rook anymore, right? Because knight and bishop can checkmate.
can checkmate, and I think both players knows how to checkmate.
Absolutely.
And if the position goes like this, I'm sure white is winning. So, so it's hard for black to make a move here.
Wow, what an amazing game so far. Lei Tingjie has only 17 minutes for 13 moves. Ju Wenjun has 24, a bit over 24 minutes. But what's more important, her position really is much better here. It's much easier to play.
Yes.
That's she managed after knight b1 a very, very strong move. She stops black's pawns from moving. It's Lei who needs to find ways to keep fighting now. And this is the last, if you are just joining, this is the last game of the match. The score is level, so whoever wins today will be the world champion. There is no tomorrow, there is no chance to fight back. Wow.
This is brutal.
This is brutal. It would be anywhere, as we
Yes.
discussed, both players really, whoever wins this match, they deserve it, and whoever will win will deserve it more.
Yes,
so
of course.
Of course, and for this reason, she will be the queen chess of the world, the chess queen of the world, and for now, it looks like Ju Wenjun has all the chances to return her title, because her position is much better. You can see on Lei's expression,
Yes.
she is not happy.
but I need to say Lei Tingjie has some games, for example the game 7, she is in a totally lost position, but she comes back with a draw. And in the game 4 or game 3 in Shanghai, she has a very difficult position, which I think if I instead of her to play this game, I will lost. But she managed to draw the game. A lot of games showed she has the ability to come back from I'm not sure this is a losing position, but the very bad position. She has the ability, so this is not over, and she has the energy. We want to see her good moves after this kind of issues.
Absolutely, she has the ability, that's for sure. But her position still remains not so good,
yes,
to say the least. And she is facing actually a very annoying choice. Whether, so for instance, you might feel that Bishop G7 is the best move,
yes,
because you cannot allow the knight to jump and force your rook away, and the knight can. You basically you see that it's hard to find even a move with this bishop on E5.
yes.
But you know that once you exchange those bishops,
It means you
it
play
means
for a
that
draw.
exactly you play for a draw, and you probably will not even succeed in your
Yes.
play, right? So this is a very problematic. Another point that if the rooks are on the board, you might well, especially after the weakening move G6, after a move like G5 and knight gets to F6, you might as well just get mated at some point.
Yes,
Because two knights and a rook are an enormous powerhouse. So you also here you kind of understand that you probably need to exchange one pair of rooks, as you
Yes.
said, to get rid of this line moving piece for white. But then you also know that the more you exchange, the closer you get to this position, which you know is kind of hopeless for you. So
Yes.
on one side, you want to keep as many pieces on the board. On the other side, you know that objectively you need to, if it makes any sense, you need to exchange them.
yes,
And this is why Lei is taking already 10 minutes to make her move, and she will probably take more because it's not a happy choice by any means for her. And again, we have to say that here, instead of rook b2, there was a computer move, rook b6, very, very hard to find.
Yes.
I would say almost impossible to find, because the point was that we need to drive the bishop away. And Lei Tingjie plays bishop g7.
Yes,
The computer says, not a good move, because it allows white, to keep the rook on the board. And Ju Wenjun blitzes the moves,
Last
bishop
move.
g7 and knight c3. Lei Tingjie is in a big, big trouble. Really, only miracle can now save her. 2.5 pawns. This is the evaluation of the computer. Although there is a material balance in the position so far. So the computer says that you cannot defend this pawn. You will not be able to keep this one alive after d5 falls, and then it's just a matter of time before your position collapses. Lei Tingjie does the obvious move, rook a5, keeping, of course, not giving up the pawn. But as we said, black has only 2 defenders. White can generate 3 attackers. This will not be easy, and white's game is so easy now.
yes. After rook d1, what I want to say first is, can black play some rook c2, rook b3? But you cannot. These knights are really good defenders.
You cannot enter the second rank.
Yes.
Because the knight on c3 is really cementing everything.
Yes.
After rook d1, how do you even continue? Because white has all the time in the world. With those pieces, I can simply bring my king first,
Yes,
and then
I look at
easily
the
come and start taking your pawns.
yes. And for example, if black play king f6 here, I just go king g2. You can even not put your king to the e file. both king e7 and king e5, I will go knight c6 for check to take your rook, and you also cannot play rook c5 because I have knight a4. This is just a kind of amazing, these two knights.
Very, very tough position, and you can see by Lei's expression, she is not liking this position she is in, and rook d1, I think, played by Ju Wenjun, really a very natural move. That's the problem of such positions. I have won quite a few games like this with the stronger side, and it's really very easy for white to navigate here. You just need to make sure you don't blunder anything specific, but there is really not much to blunder because the knights are doing such a great job of keeping all the squares protected. And the challenger really, I wouldn't want to be in her place now, because this is the spot where you know it's lost. Of course, she will be trying until the very, very last move. She will try to complicate, but how much can you complicate with only two rooks on the board and the knights controlling all the entry squares? Really depressing. I don't have another word for this. A really depressing position for black. She only has 12 minutes for the last 10 moves to be made, but that's not her biggest issue.
Yes, I try to find some counterplay for black when you talk about this before, but actually I failed. I haven't seen any good counterplay for black. I even cannot put my king into the arena, into the queen side. I can this e5 and e7 squares cannot. I cannot move my king here or there. Knight c6 is a check, and I cannot move my rook out of a5. If I go any squares, I lost my d5 pawn. If I go c5, I lost by knight a4. I just it's just
really,
hopeless.
Really very depressing, because you know what will happen and you cannot stop it. And I want to say that this is the position, and this is not an exaggeration. So this position is what Ju Wenjun envisioned when she played Queen c3 back on move 20. So if you are asked how far ahead the grandmaster can calculate, or a grandmaster of the caliber of Ju Wenjun, which is is different things a little bit. So maybe she didn't, she did not calculate all those lines precisely until this position, but this is what she envisioned. This is what she wanted to get. She knew that she will lose this pawn on b5, but she will eventually would love to exchange it for this pawn on e6. This was her best case scenario, right? When you go into this endgame, you say, okay, I want to trade this b5 pawn for the e5 pawn, and then I managed to hold black from pushing, I will win. And she went into this direction, and she managed to steer the game towards this the position that we have now on this on the board.
And this is why she took a lot of time on this queen c3 move.
Exactly. She was basically considering whether she will be able to do that. With precise play by black, she wouldn't be able. But it has to be said that Lei Tingjie positionally blundered here with e5.
Yes.
This position is equal. The computer says it's equal. You just need to exchange the bishop for the knight, to take the pawn on b5 without losing the pawn on e6, and then it's a whole lot of different story, because you have the pawn on d5 protected. The knights will not be able to just attack it and take it. It will be much more difficult. If white wants to break through, she will need to play f3, e4, but then so many pawns will be exchanged that you will not be left with enough material to win the game, even when everything goes. But now you can see, now this is the stage where you just go through the motions. The result, again, both players understand where it's going, right? Lei Tingjie will fight until the very end. She will try to put some traps, like now, of course.
Rook b3.
You can take on d5, but this is a trap. This all of a sudden, after rook d3, there is no win anymore. Or actually, there is maybe still win, but it's much more difficult because we managed to exchange one pair of rooks without the rooks. It's much, as you said, it's harder to win because black having only one rook and white not having the rook. Black can, while you are busy taking winning the pawn, black can create some counterplay on the king side against the other pawns.
And for black, she just need to exchange white's 4 pawns, use a rook and 4 pawns. So it's something really can happen. So after rook b3 and also rook d5 is also entrapped. I think rook d5 well goes. Actually, rook d5
we love to exchange, and for this reason, by the way, bishop g7 was another misstep by the challenger. She should have forced the rooks off the board by rook a1. As you said, white would not have a piece with which can move along the ranks, and this is important. And you know, it can happen, it happens oftentimes that once you make one mistake, then you make another one and another one, because you kind of lose the rhythm. You start thinking about, oh, I had this great position, I missed it. And for this reason, after e5, Lei Tingjie found a very good move, g6, but then she missed rook b6, which is understandable. It's a very hard move for a human to find. But now rook a1 was really needed already, because with the rook it's much more difficult for black, almost impossible to create counterplay. So rook d3, has been played. Rook b3, sorry, has been played by black. I don't think the world champion will take on d5 because she doesn't want to allow.
Yes. So, but what will she do here? Maybe king g2.
I think yes. I think it's time to start bringing the king to the game.
Yes. For example, let's go king g2. If you go rook a3, and the point of view is to, if I play knight d5, maybe you even have some c3, but rook d3 is the easiest way to exchange the rook, and seems like black has a really good chance to make a draw. But actually, rook c1 is really easy, and I will take on g5 in next move, and you can do nothing with this kind of pieces.
You have to go back with the rook to a5.
Yes.
And now maybe even knight f4, yes?
Yes, maybe knight f4 just to take the pawn. Or if I don't have knight f4, king f3 is also very big problem for black. That's
the problem. Here there is not only one way to win for white. There might be only one way not to win it sometimes, and white needs to dodge those options, not to take on d5, not become too greedy. And this concept, once you understand it, it's very easy that you don't have to rush. That's the biggest advantage in white's position here. She doesn't need to rush anywhere. She can wait. She has plenty of time.
Yes.
Both in terms of moves and even on the clock.
And look at the time situation now. Ju Wenjun has 19 minutes and Lei Tingjie has 10 minutes. I think for white to play this kind of position, she doesn't need too many times. Even if you give me 5 minutes for this position to make to 40 moves, I will. Actually, at least I will not blunder to lose. So, but 10 minutes for black is not. Maybe some time pressure for Lei Tingjie.
Yes, but even for black, I would say that the amount of possibilities for black, unfortunately for her, of course, is very limited. There is so much you can do with one rook being stuck to defend the pawn on d5, and the other one not having any squares for her for it. And the world champion, you can see she is very focused. She knows this is her game. She knows she is probably going to win, but she just needs to be sure not to blunder anything, not to allow any exchanges, not to make harsh moves. King g2 is on the move. This is a championship move, a champion's move, shall I say.
Yes.
We are not going anywhere. We're not rushing anywhere. Bring the king, and
yes, and see what you can do, and decide what I can do. Let's say, for example, king. I want to say, how about king f6? But I cannot play king f6. Knight d5 is a move, and I will go back in next move. So actually, black cannot move her king to e6 square. You really know.
You can,
maybe f6.
F6, king f7. Maybe that's the way to go, because you need to somehow at least put up some resistance. Let's try to see how it can continue. So
h6.
h6 played by Lei, which is a move which you. Okay, basically she is saying, I have put my pieces on the best possible spots.
Yes.
I am not going anywhere. You improve your position as long as you want, as much as you want. You can play h4. You cannot play. You can not play h4. How do you go on and win this position further, right? So let's think. I would love to play h4, I think, just to make sure that black doesn't play g5, and if g5 happens, then I will have h5 securing another weakness in black's camp.
And actually, even if we exchange the rook, this h5 pawn will be difficult. Yes,
right? Because on h2, if you remember, the bishop was coming from behind, attacking this pawn on h4, on h2. But with the knight on f4 and the pawn on h5, it's very secure, very well protected. So this is one thing. h4, I think, doesn't harm anything. And then we can maybe not even play it. We can wait with it, play move like king f3.
Yes. And actually, I think black maybe just.
But here, I think as black, your best chances maybe to still play g5, hoping for it again. Thinking ahead, you know that if you're lost anyway, right?
Yes.
So you need to find some chances where you can, some positional kind of traps. So, for instance, if now the rooks are exchanged and our rook will get to h1, we will have a better chance to survive.
Yes. And after g5, if whatever white plays, I just play king g6, king g7, and just wait to you to make the decision.
Right. So let's try and see how we break through. We need.
First, I think I will go h4.
Okay. Let's say we play h4.
Yes.
And black is waiting, right?
Yes.
So we are just waiting.
And here is the decision for white.
So g5, we are not sure that we want to make, because this would allow black to play a move like d4.
Yes, this is interesting.
Because we will lose this pawn anyway. Might as well. Sorry, this is of course impossible, because the knight.
Yes.
Rook takes d4. We will just take on g5, and here we hope that there is simply not enough pawns left that we will be able to. to conveniently sacrifice the rook for 2 pawns and a knight if we are lucky, right?
Yes.
Exchanging, of course, with only 2 pawns is always easier and closer to a draw, which is our goal here. Okay, so let's say we don't do that. How do we improve? So we established that, but with the pawn on h4, first of all, it's a different story already, right? So even
Yes.
if we take already, it's much less dangerous for us, this rook move to h1.
Yes, but it's still, I think, the best chance for black.
Exactly, it's still the best chance for black. And here we want to probably play h5.
Yes, because if you take with g takes h5, I take, and I just need to put my knight on f4. It's
Exactly, we will
enough.
put the knight on f4, then the king will go here.
Yes, and if you don't take on h5, I think I will go h takes g6. You cannot allow me to take on g6, I think.
For instance, if you go here, I will just take on g6, and if you need to take, then this one will decide the game.
Yes, and I think if I play h5, you play g5. This is what white really wants to see.
Sorry, yeah, and if
Yeah.
you play h5, then you can take, or you can play g5, or you can
Yes.
even take, forcing black, if black wants some counterplay, and then
This
it
is
will
enough.
need to, she will need to allow white to pass her supported by 2 knights. Really nothing that black can do about it. But the world champion didn't go h4, she played king f3. I think that g5 practically
Yes.
it looks to me as the most correct one. Will Lei play it? Maybe she wants something else. Maybe she has something else in mind.
I think she will play g5.
Because g5, the problem, psychological problem with this move on g5, because you know that you are giving the knight this square on f5, after which there are so many, and you know it from experience.
Yes.
So many mating nets, especially when white has not 1 knight but 2 knights. You can already envision, you know, the knight being here on f5. If the king on f8, there is checkmate on d8. If the
Yes.
king is on h7, the second knight jumping to f6 check, and the rook coming from the 8th. Oh my god.
You are too excited.
I'm too excited, and by the end of the tournament of the match, it's already becoming tricky to hit those
Yes.
straight lines. All in all, not an easy decision, of course, for black. But again, as we said, her positionally, it's already lost. And she
Yes.
knows it very well. What black is looking for now is a kind of a fortress slash option to force white into unfavorable exchanges where we would have the biggest chance to make the draw. And
Yes.
for this reason, I think that g5 might be our best chance in this case. Of course, it still doesn't change the evaluation of the position. Because again, white will eventually take on d5, right? You can, so long you can postpone it.
Yes.
But here, for instance, after g5, let's say, if we go for like rook h1, now it's still not a big threat because white still has king h2, king g2, right? And then we can go back to, let's say,
A1.
right? And now we are asking again, how do you win this?
Yes.
Basically, we are down to a very, very passive defense as black.
But actually, I think this is one of the dream position for for black.
Unfortunately for black,
Yes.
this is one of the dream positions here because it's really hard to find any other thing for black to do.
Yes.
And again, the point being that here, if you start running with the king towards the c4 pawn, we will attack the h pawn, and hopefully this will be holdable,
Yes.
the emerging endgame. If you are not, then it's difficult for you to create enough
Yes.
attack on the pawn, because once you bring both knights, the pawns can still move, right? So
Yes.
you cannot both block the pawn and attack it at the same time.
And actually, I think even two knights, maybe I think one rook maybe somehow more. I don't know how to say it. Just the rook can goes everywhere, and two knights seems like some stupid.
Yeah, the knights are a bit clumsy.
Yes.
When we are speaking about two sides of the board, the rook is of course much stronger than both knights, and this is the only chance black has in this position, because nothing else really goes for black.
Yes.
The problem is that even here, even if you manage to create some kind of counterplay, you still are not enough, because even a move like knight g3,
Yes, you
cannot take
it.
here, because you lose the
rook.
the rook. Even if this didn't work, then even a simple move like f3, keeping your rook cut off, and next move I will take it, so I don't
Yes.
even need it with check. It's not some kind of tactical trick that just works. And then if the rook goes, now I am free. There is no more counterplay.
Yes.
I am free to run with my king towards the pawn. Problemas for black. Lei Tingjie played f6 here.
f6, I think it's a smart move, because when you play the g5, it means you cannot move the pawn back to g6. And if let's say in this position, we already saw whatever you play g5 or don't play g5, white is really in a winning position. But if some position when you not play g5, maybe white has not some chance for knight g3, knight f5, and maybe it's a draw position. But when you play the g5, it's become losing.
You are committing. This is true. Lei Tingjie has 5.5 minutes for 6 remaining moves.
Yes, it's
Not too big of a time pressure. Ju Wenjun has much more time. She has 14 minutes, but she wants to make sure.
yes. I think she is looking at the
At the score sheet.
yes, to make sure how many moves to the 40th move.
Because you don't want to make decisions like rook takes d5 before the time control on one hand.
Yes.
On the other hand, you will eventually need to make this decision. I would still love to play h4, I have to say.
Yes, I also stand for you.
But h4, especially after f6, that I know that h5 will kind of force you to give me to somehow
square.
react and give the square on f5. It feels that really h4 is a move which you cannot go wrong with. But of course, after h4, a move like h5 becomes possible. You need to calculate. It looks on the at first sight that having the pawn on h5 plays to white's benefit, right?
Yes.
Because this is another target for our knights. Why not? So, for instance, and now a move like.
But now I have knight d5 because I have a rook g1 check.
This is an important point, that now a rook g1 check, and you don't even manage to exchange the rooks. So even knight d5 will work. So even the tactics somehow are working in white's favor. Really not a nice spot to be in for Lei Tingjie. Ju Wenjun, she knows she is winning this game. She knows she needs to, but this makes her even more concentrated.
Yes.
Because
This is make me also very nervous, and actually I think both players who sit here to play this event to play this match till now really need a big heart.
Absolutely, both players have huge hearts, huge personalities,
Yes.
huge chess player skills, because they have shown it. The match was so even from game one until the very last game, including the last game. A brilliant preparation by world champion today. She
managed to take the advantage after the opening, but very beautiful tactics from Lei Tingjie. Knight b3, knight a1.
Absolutely, Lei Tingjie found a very strong resource. Back here, we can show it again. So back here, she found after a5, she found a resource knight b3. The computer said knight a2 would still have an advantage, and after bishop takes f6, knight a1, very strong resource, and black seemed to be fantastic. But queen c3, as we said, the world champion already envisioned what we are having now on the board. Going into this endgame, here Lei Tingjie blundered with e5, going into what the world champion wanted to get. Instead, black needed to keep the pawn structure, to try and take the pawn by different means, by different measures. She didn't. She blundered this positionally, and now after g4, very impressive move, and the most impressive, knight b1, transferring the knight to the best spot for it. Now it's really a matter of a number of moves. It can be tens of moves, but I think we can be quite confident that the world champion will bring the victory home. And she plays the rook c1.
This is what we never consider about.
We didn't consider, but we actually spoke about it for a while, because you want to attack again. She wants to take the pawn, right?
Yes.
She doesn't want to exchange the rooks, because for this reason she doesn't take with the rook. So what does she do? She would love to bring the knight to f4 and take down d5 with the knight.
This is brilliant.
But the knight on c3 is hanging. What the world champion does, she just protects the knight. The knight goes, then the second knight will go f4, d5, and this is what she says. And what can you do about it? Nothing.
Yes. And Lei Tingjie played king f7.
I think the idea is to play g5 here.
But I was
here to kind of capture the knight in the middle. But I think there is even a move like e4, if I'm not. But maybe e4 might be problematic, because the knights are somehow a little bit stuck. For instance, if you play e4, and this is a great maybe tactical kind of a trap, or at least practical chance.
Yes.
Because now, if you move the rook, you see the bar. The bar is dropping, because now, for instance, because of this pin, you cannot. You have to really give up the knights for the rook.
Yes.
This is a problem now.
Maybe if I play another piece to e4, maybe a better move. I'm not sure. I'm wondering.
Knight e4?
No, king e4. I want.
King e4. Okay.
Yes.
King e4 looks really strong indeed. But on the other hand, now the knights are much more difficult to untangle. But it seems that white has f4, f5 as a plan, and it might be very troublesome for black to do anything.
But I think maybe black will go rook b2, and this is some position after king e4. Yes. I want to play f4, but maybe after rook h2. This is why this is the kind of things I draw the game. And sometimes I think I just push for a win, but maybe after some moves, black managed to defend well, and I find my pawns are, well, it's my pawn.
Yeah, this is true, but here this line really shows why the rook should have been exchanged, because
Yes.
once the rook gets activated, there's really nothing that can save black here, because the knights are so commanding here, so dominating. I would say a hopeless position.
Yes. So knight
For
f4 is
Knight
on
f4
the
is
board.
on the board, and Lei Tingjie, you can see it on her face, really, really tough emotions. Again, the painful part for her here is that you can really don't even have chances for counterplay.
Yes. No counterplays in this game and no counterplays in the match.
And no chance tomorrow, no
Yes.
second chance. And it was the first time really that she got surprised in the opening by the world champion. What a brilliant preparation by Ju Wenjun, forcing her opponent, maybe semi-bluffing, but knowing that if the opponent is not ready, she will be hard-pressed to go for the most forcing lines. Yeah, and not an easy position to play for the challenger. 3 minutes, less than 3 minutes left on her clock. 5 moves to make. Will she play g5, give up the pawn on d5? If not, what else does she have? She can try to play d4.
d4. I will take.
You will have to. Sorry, of course not e4. You will have to take. And now maybe
g5. Okay.
rook a3.
I will go
then
back.
I go back.
Yes.
How do you go about here? Maybe you try to play something like e5, but it all seems to be not enough. Really not enough.
What she played?
She played something.
d4. She played the d4.
Was
Yeah.
played ed4, immediately recaptured by the world champion, I think.
Yes.
Of course, this is the only move on d4. The
Yes.
only move is to take on d4. I think. Did she play rook a3 or f5 maybe? g5.
g5.
So
yes.
the point is that you first open this line, the third
This
rank,
Yes.
and now you, of course,
yes.
the knight cannot go to d5.
This is a
because rook takes d5, but we still have plenty of choice. We
Yes,
can go
knight
with the knight on
f2.
d2.
Or maybe
most-
knight g2. I'm
the
not
most
sure.
natural
Oh, no,
move.
knight g2 is a blunder. I just.
Knight g2 is a
this
blunder,
yes.
but this is important because rook a3 just
Yes.
wins the knight. Of course,
But
Ju
knight
Wenjun
d.
will not play knight g2. Knight e2 is to be expected. f5 played by Lei Tingjie. She is trying. You can see she is desperately trying to find some kind of counterplay.
Yes.
She needs it. She needs to exchange some pawns. Otherwise, she cannot stop. She cannot just wait to be executed, right? In
Yes.
this position, you have to fight. She tried, and she knows that by passive. This is exactly the situation when you know by passive defense will not get you there,
Yes.
right? It will take longer, yes. It will be painful, yes. It will be disgusting for you to play this, yes. But you will not save the game. You do not improve your chances. This you might lose much faster, right? You will not lose in 60 moves, you might lose in 40 moves. But at least this way you are kind of creating some
Yes.
mess where your opponent has bigger chances to go wrong.
And losing in 60 moves and losing in 40 moves is the same thing.
Yeah,
So-
same zero, yeah, same zero, same world championship loss. So if you think your bigger chances are in muddy waters, you muddy the waters and you try to get those chances.
So f5 now.
Five.
I think.
If if white takes, black's hope is to start hitting this pawn.
Yes, and king e3. I
But
think.
king e3, and I think the knight will want to move to e4, and then we see how black reacts. But look at this, Ju Wenjun is taking her time. She has 8 minutes for 3 moves, enough time to make the decision. The time is not a big factor here. She has, I think she will spend some 3-4 minutes here to comfortably make sure she doesn't blunder anything, because you know here you might be worried a little bit about a move like g4.
Yes, because if you play the knight f4, you need to be careful about your knight on c3 and both on c3.
Exactly.
And
All of
f4.
suddenly you know that there is this position for one move. You are uncoordinated. Maybe there is something. Right?
Yes. And actually, for example, just this position, if black play h5, I cannot find an easy move for white here.
So how do you entangle? Yeah, because sometimes it can be very surprising, unexpected. She takes on f5. Ju Wenjun took the pawn on a5. Rook takes f5 immediately by Lei Tingjie. And king e3, I think.
King e3 is.
Do we see it on the board?
I think it will be on the board. This is
King e3 is on the board and played by Ju Wenjun. She needs to make one more move to pass the 40th move. She wants to get there. She wants to take the time to relax and bring this championship. This is not just one game. This is a championship that she will be bringing home after the time control.
yes.
Lei Tingjie knows it's a kind of a lost fight already, but she will not rest until it's over, of course. She will put up as much resistance as she can, of course. She is a big fighter. She has shown it time and again in this match. She has shown it on many occasions previously. G4, just like we expected, right? G4 is on the board.
And they only need to, all need to make their last move of the whole match in the first time control.
Exactly. This is the last 40th move of the match. Do we play knight f4 here, or do we make another move?
I cannot see other moves except the knight f4.
Yes, this is a valid point. Well, there is a move like knight g1. You
Yes.
don't want to make it, although it might as well be. Oh, see,
Yes.
rook h5.
Oh, this
Hit
rook
the
is
pawn on h2, and you cannot protect it. And actually, here, all of a sudden, almost all the advantage, he's gone.
Yes.
Just to show you that it's not trivial, guys. It's not trivial. Even the computer here, the computer says commanding a +4 pawns advantage for white. Still one move, and it's a move that you kind of can explain, right? I play knight g1 for one move. I want to play f3, get rid of this pawn. The knight will always go back.
yes.
But all of a sudden, after a move like rook h5,
All the advantage has gone,
absolutely.
and
Ju Wenjun is looking at the clock. She's looking a bit worried, but she has 6 minutes, nothing to be really worried about. She can take all the time in the world. Knight goes to f4. It is an absolutely winning position for white after knight f4. And she made the time control. She gets up immediately. She gets up from the board, knowing that she wants to clear her head,
yes, have
to
a
make
rest.
sure she's absolutely fresh for the remainder of this match, because we think that the match, well, something extremely extraordinary needs to happen here for world champion not to win this game and the match. Tough break for Lei Tingjie.
And Lei Tingjie also needs to make a very important move, because this is the last move for her in the first time control. And always, you know, in this kind of positions, just like the game Ju Wenjun lost, the 40th move she made a mistake, I would
She
say.
made them, yes. But I have to say, it's very hard for Lei Tingjie to make a blunder here.
Yes, of course.
whatever she does here, it will not be because of this move that she lost the game. Her position is really lost, and it has to be acknowledged. It has to be admitted. She knows it. They both know it, right?
Yes.
You can see on her expression, she knows the game is lost. But she is trying. She's trying to find a shred of hope, a shred of chance, something to do. Because, you know, if you have a 0.001% chance, you will use it because,
yes,
you know, 1 in 1,000, it might be. But it's very hard for black to even find a way to go for it. I would try probably somehow to push the pawns and try to exchange as many pawns as you can. Is this valid? I'm not sure. Maybe another thing, rook to go down. And
yes,
she goes rook b8. She goes for this move, with of course the threat if white falls asleep, doesn't make a move. Actually,
it's
not even doing anything because knight e4
yes,
will defend. Really a hopeless position for black. But I think both players will take some time here now because they really don't want to make any fast decisions after the time control. They need to relax. They need to take a breather. We will take a very short break, guys, as well. We also need to take a short break to drink some water. We'll be right back with you for the remainder of this match. Please don't go anywhere. Stay tuned for the final.
Which of the two will fight to the end and become the new queen? Which of the two will resist the pressure and finally hold the trophy of the victory? Which of the two will inherit the glory of the East? Very soon the battle of wisdom is about to begin. A breathtaking confrontation across the chessboard is imminent.
那我觉得每一次对抗赛都是不同的。我的目标就是认真的去下好每一
Ju
盘棋。
Wenjun has a really strong heart. She will excel at seizing any opportunity. Her willpower will be released on the chessboard, determined to retain her title and stay at the top.
以前的比赛每一场棋其实都会是难忘的，但是我觉得在接下来的这场比赛将会是我职业生涯当中最难忘的一场比赛。
Lei Tingjie is the new challenger. She will fight for every inch of the board, eager to showcase her fresh energy and aspiration. Two strong players from the mysterious East, the best teammates and toughest opponents. On the stage of 64 white and black squares, they will demonstrate their best performance and unveil unlimited, exciting possibilities.
2018年，我第一次拿到了女子世界冠军。2020年对戈尔亚奇金娜那一次对抗赛，在快棋中扳平比分，在后在加赛中战胜对手。每一次对抗赛它都是不同的，但对我来说，我的目标就是去认真的去下好每一盘棋。不管是在棋上，包括在生活上，我觉得。 我可能要比之前的稳重一点吧，不能说成熟，更稳重一些。现在来说，我也做好准备去迎接这一次的挑战。 It's kind of different because when you know your opponent, she knows you well. So for me, I feel it's something new. I mean, in this match, every game is I will do my best. I think I will just try to play every game as best as I can, and also I hope I can to win the match. 战斗到底是我不变的信念和态度，成功卫冕，让属于自己的时代继续。
从候选人赛结束以后，其实时间挺赶的。上一次赢下来了以后呢，心里面也是挺开心的，相当于是打了一个强心剂。每一场棋其实都会是难忘的，但是我觉得在接下来的这场比赛将会是我职业生涯当中最难忘的一场比赛。I think play against a friend is quite interesting, and also for me, she's not only the friend, and she's also a great player in China. So for me, I just respect her very much. I would like to challenge myself. To be honest, because this is my dream, I would like to say I want to win this match. Now probably it's the last step. No, I don't think this is the last step. I prefer to be a simple person. Winning the match is like a goal for me. I mean, I'm a person who likes enjoying to play chess. Results can't change anything for me. 用挑战去创造另一种可能，因为无畏，所以无惧。
Welcome back, everybody. We are back from the time control after in the game, in the last game of the match between Ju Wenjun and Lei Tingjie. Ju Wenjun has an enormous advantage in the end game. She, bearing a disaster for her and a miracle for Lei Tingjie, she will bring the victory home. Let's go back to see the players, to see the diagram. We haven't missed anything. White just played the move d5.
Wow, d5 actually is a surprising move.
d5 is a bit surprising, but as we said, you can see it all on Lei's face. She is frustration, I think. This is the word to describe it. She knows the game is lost.
Yes.
The point is that again, after rook e8, knight e4,
yes.
the king goes to g4 to e4. If you try to pin the knight, I
Rook
just
c4.
take on c4. The world champion took the time. She calculated it, and Lei's face really says it all. I have to admit, I will not be surprised if she resigns here, because it really looks quite discouraging for black.
Yes, it's quite promising for white, I think, in this position. And
promising is a serious understatement here, I think.
yeah.
But you know, one thing that can go give black some hope is that, for instance, if we play a move, if you play a move like knight e4, I will have a check on b3.
Yes.
And you cannot make any progress. Right?
Yes, actually, I think this knight and the rook just very like the some sixth rank drawing the rook and pawn endgame.
Yes, actually, I had the same idea about it, because if the knight goes to e4, it kind of prevents the king from going to e4.
Yes, and if you goes rook e8 and I goes knight e4, you have no rook b3.
Exactly, and if we start with a check, then the rook cannot go check from the side. So for this reason, we need to wait for white to play knight e4 and only then to check. But white, it has to be said, doesn't have to play knight e4 at all.
Yes.
The problem is that king e4, a normal move which we would love to make, it's just met
yes.
with king f6 with the threat of rook e5. So there is still some slight chance for black to hold,
Yes.
not to lose immediately, and that's basically all you can hope for in such a position. You hope not to lose by force, and they try to keep the balance for as long as you can. You cannot play king f6 here, by the way, because again, as you said, with the king on e4 you can do it. With the king, without the king on e4, there is knight e4 check, very important.
And if you play king
If you
e5,
go here, there is check
Oh,
on g6.
this is nasty.
The king cannot go back because
And
the knight, the pawns are covered, the squares are covered, and if knight king takes d5, then there is a check, fork in the rook, and winning. Knights are, one knight is extremely jumpy and dangerous, two knights are horribly dangerous. Look at Lei Tingjie, it's really painful to see
Yes.
because she put up a fantastic fight in this match. And we said it before, right? Whoever loses, it will be very sad for
Yes.
everybody, for us included, because both
Because
players.
They really performance well in the whole match, I think.
Absolutely, and I think it's one of those times where it's just better for us to maybe keep quiet for a second and appreciate the emotions that we see on Lei's face.
Yes, actually, this is the first time I saw some upset emotion on her face in the whole match.
Indeed, painful indeed. She, again, of course, she knows it's over. It was a great match. She said it many times before, right? And this is one of the really great things that that I took from her attitude here. She has always been saying, "Okay, this is chess. I came here to learn. I came
Yes.
here for this fantastic opportunity to play against the world champion." And what a fight she put up again. All the games in the first half of the match, she was leading. She had the match initiative. Last games, I felt that Ju Wenjun is taking over the match initiative. Right?
Yes.
She started pushing. All the last games, she was the one dictating the matters. She was the one closer to win. She could have won yesterday.
Yes, actually, I think this is maybe some experience helped Ju Wenjun in this kind of world championship match. She has two experience like this 10 or 12 matches and another FIDE World Cup against Lagno in the finals. So
absolutely, as you said, she has been. We discussed about it in the beginning of the match of today's game. She has been here so many times.
Yes.
For Lei, it's the first time, and if she continues like that, probably not the last time for her on this stage.
And in the video, she said about it. It's not the final station for Lei Tingjie.
Absolutely, she has shown great chess so far, but Ju Wenjun is going to win. We are maybe afraid to jinx, but really I cannot imagine her not winning this game.
Yes.
To be honest. Because she is extremely, and you can see that she's not relaxed at all.
Yes.
She is taking her time to think. She's taking her time to make sure she doesn't blunder anything. Actually, now there is. Let's concentrate a little bit. How can White make progress? So Lei Tingjie found a very nice way to keep the balance. As we said, after knight e4, Black has knight b3
Rook
check.
b3?
Sorry, rook b3 check. And if you go back, I go back to b8. Let's see what happens. we
Yes.
want to, of course, we want to bring the king to d4. How should we do it? To either move the knight, but then if we move the knight, the pawn on f2 will be hit.
Yes,
The other way for us to do it is to defend the knight. Let's do it.
I love this move.
So we
Knight
defend the
C2,
knight,
yes.
we free the king to go, we free the rook to hit
Take
the
the
pawn on
pawn.
c4.
And actually, the pawn is captured after knight ce2.
It seems that black cannot stop a rook c4 at all.
Yes. For example, if you play rook c8, I just rook c8, I just king d4.
Exactly, king d4, exchanging the rooks. I had an idea, but it is a stupid one, of course. I wanted to offer a move like rook e8, take on e2,
Yes.
take on f2, and if only you had not, you didn't have the pawn on d5,
Yeah.
it would be a draw. Sorry, of course, not knight f4. Knight goes here. I would take, and this would be a draw. But with this pawn, it's an easy win, of
Yes,
course.
very easy win. And so after knight e2, maybe black goes rook b3. Let's try this.
If you go to b3, I see what you're trying to do. You want me to go here, and then
Yes,
you
I tried my
start
best.
attacking the pawn on f2, which is very valid. And again, if you're black, this is what you want to get, right? You want to
Yes.
get some kind of. You might know that this is probably just winning for white, but you want to get some game. And here you see, the bar drops. It's a draw. Why? Because we just blundered. We blundered. Check on e2, rook e6. Just as we said, if we get rid of this pawn, it's we are great. But here we managed to just win the knight. Just exchange the rook for two knights, and all of a sudden, bad news for white. No more win. One misstep. It can happen.
Yes.
All your basically what you resort to doing here as black, you try to put as many traps as you can.
Yes. This is because this is the let's say to make the traps is not good things in chess, because sometimes you made a trap, then your opponent not fall into your traps. The position is go to your opponent's favor, but in this position you must put any traps
Absolutely.
you can put.
This is your only chance. You cannot get more lost than you already are.
Yes.
So basically, it's either resign or get as many chances as you can, put as many traps. One of them, maybe the opponent will fall into it, and then you are lucky. It's a miracle for you, and of course, a disaster for your opponent.
Yes, but actually now rook f2, white can go rook c4. It's just
Exactly.
winning.
So after rook f4, but again, as white, you want you really calculate everything here to make sure you don't blunder something, right? Because
Yes.
it can be very tricky. Some point you exchange some pawns, you know, suddenly you lose this one. If black, for instance, manages to miraculously exchange one pair of rooks and give the other one, as you said, for the pawn, then all of a sudden it can be a draw. And I love this move by the world champion.
Yes, rook c.
Rook c2, making sure this pawn is protected, forcing black to make a move. Please make a move, because
Oh.
as we said, if you give the check immediately, then knight e4, you don't have a check from away. And if you don't, I protected my pawn. Now the knight, I can move the knight somewhere, maybe to h5, maybe to e6 and king d4, right? The
Yes.
pawn is protected. She took care of it. Also very, very nice approach by the world champion.
This is a very valid endgame techniques.
Absolutely, and this is very precise. It has to be said, here in this position there are many moves that can lead to very comfortable win. Just white has to be alert for all kinds of, not to blunder anything. Basically, now we resort to this, not white needs not to blunder. The computer says plus 4.8 for white. This is, again, if we go back to game number, was it 7, where black, when she was, Ju Wenjun had a big advantage with black.
Game 7, I think.
I think 7 before she equalized.
Game 6.
In very big complications.
Yeah.
The computer also said she had an advantage of 4 points. This is a totally different situation.
Yes, totally
here,
different.
Also 4 points, but here you don't need to calculate some obscure line and then find the win. Here, most of the moves will keep this advantage until you really blunder something horribly, but you don't need to calculate some deep lines to get this advantage. It's already here. So this is the big difference. And if you are just joining us, this is game 12, the last game of the World Championship match between Ju Wenjun and Lei Tingjie. The score is level, but in this game, in this position, as you see on the board, the world champion Ju Wenjun has a commanding advantage, really a massive advantage, and only a miracle can save black here from defeat, which will mean if Ju Wenjun brings this victory home, this will mean that she keeps her title. For the 4th time, she will be the world champion, and very deservedly so, of course.
If she wins this game, it will be the 4th time.
The 4th, yes.
The 4th time for Ju Wenjun. And if Lei Tingjie manages to win this game, but I think maybe it is not happened. Maybe, or let's say, if she manages to draw and to win in tiebreak, and she will be the 18th women's world champion in the world and the 7th women world champions in China.
Even if she loses, she still can be the 18th world champion, but not in this match, right?
Yes.
So she will need to go back. I think if she loses, she gets straight to the candidates tournament. So she will have a shot at it anyway. And her expressions really say it all. You know, this is one of the saddest moments for a chess player.
Yes.
It's when you know you are losing, you are slowly getting there, and there is not much hope, especially on this stage when it's a world championship match.
It's really not easy to hold your emotion.
Yes, and Lei Tingjie, you can see her emotions. She never hides them.
Yes.
Very expressive. It really very open. It really says it all. She is not happy at all about this this outcome.
And I think every chess player, maybe you are professional, maybe you are amateur, I think you will have this feeling. You must experience something sometimes in this kind of feelings.
Absolutely, and you know, and the philosophical approach would be that without those defeats, the wins would not be as sweet as they are.
Yes.
Right. So the defeats are, of course, very painful. They hurt so much, but this pain is what makes the wins so sweet and so desirable.
And this is why we play chess.
This is why we play chess. Absolutely, we can see. She played rook B7, I think, or rook A8.
Rook A8.
Rook A8 played, yes, you are right.
And this is a good move because actually we found black wants white to make the decision first.
Exactly. So black wants to have a white move, but you know, we can go now king e4 because the pawn is protected. Now on a check on e8.
I will go
we
96.
will go 96.
But I think Lei Tingjie will still go rook f3. This is her last
Rook
chance.
f3,
and
trying to hit both the pawn, the knight and the pawn.
And maybe knight b5. I'm not sure is good enough
And
or
if
not.
knight b5, it looks perfectly good.
Yes.
It has to be said that many moves go well here. I think even a move like knight d1, although the bar drops a little bit, it
It's
still is
enough.
pretty much good enough, because
Knight
we
e3
once
on
we
rook
take
c4,
or
yes.
knight e3, once we get there with the rook, it's really nothing that can save black, because here the second knight goes. You see, my position is deteriorating, so there is still some precision needs to be played, right?
Yes.
So, for instance, this you don't want to give so much so fast. But again, when you start thinking a little bit about the position, you find a move like king e5. Of course, it's a much better move. You prevent black king from going up. You come from with your rook from f4 or from c7, but still it needs some slight level of precision, and this is the best, again, as we said, this is the best that black can hope for, to force white to solve yet another problem. Even though it's a tiny problem, but it's still another another puzzle that should be solved by white. King e4, not the only move, right?
Yes, but king e4 is a move. I think really. I want to say it's the best move I can see.
It feels the best. I want to ask, how about this move? Is this even possible?
This is, I think, same as king e4 maybe.
Pardon?
I think still rook e8, knight.
Rook e8, the same basically, yes, and we
Yes.
get the same position after king e4. And knight d6 is a threat. King f6 will probably be needed to be played.
And
But after knight d6,
yes,
very, very difficult to find. a
maybe
good way.
rook a8. I'm not sure.
And we can just capture the pawn.
Yes, and rook h3 is the
Rook
only thing
h3.
I can do.
Probably knight e5. With the
Yes.
idea that if you take knight g4 is really not a pleasant position, to say the least, by black. So, but look at, we have spoken a lot about the challenger Lei Tingjie, but let's talk about the world champion.
Yes,
She comes out from the first half of the match was really
seems
shaky
like,
for her.
Yes, and actually, I think the first half of the match, maybe I can say it's controlled by Lei Tingjie, or
Absolutely.
almost all the games.
In all aspects, all the games, and she was really controlling the openings.
Yes, and 4 of the games she is in some pressure at. Like the first game, she is Lei Tingjie has a bishop b4 to almost win the games, and actually Lei Tingjie wins the 5th game, and the 2nd and the 6th game still like Lei Tingjie has the more comfortable position. So seems like Ju Wenjun has maybe Lei Tingjie will. At that time, I think most of us think Lei Tingjie will be challenged successful, because the situation seems like Lei plays perfect at that time.
Absolutely, and at that time, actually, it was her time to. She managed to score 1 win. We wouldn't be too surprised if she managed to go to +2 even.
Yes.
And maybe this is where. That was her best chance back then, but in Chongqing, the things really turned around. A world champion came very composed here.
Yes.
It almost felt like she started taking initiative in the openings. She started
Yes.
surprising her opponents in the opening. She started taking initiative of the match, and it really showed. First of all, she could have leveled the match in game 7,
Game
the
8.
first game here. She leveled the match. She equalized in game 8.
Yes, yes.
She was pressing in game 10, in game 11. Sorry, she
yes.
played. She also pressed in game 10. So basically, all the games she was pressing, and today it really. Today she came up with this very strong opening preparation. The first time she was the one that really surprised her opponent. And this was the perfect moment, perfect timing for her to do that, because today is the game after which there will be tomorrow no time to regroup for her opponent.
And I think the biggest impression for me about Ju Wenjun is her big heart.
Yes, she
Yes.
has shown a huge heart. Because really, she kind of took this match, turned this match around 180 degrees, right?
Yes, and actually, even felt some when you down by 1 point, and actually your opponent is in a very good emotion, very good style. It's really like you maybe down by 2, and down by 2 is almost finished, game over in such a match. But Ju Wenjun managed to hold the game 6, and the game 7. Maybe we say Ju Wenjun has some chance to win in the middle game when she was 2 points up, but actually in the opening she is out of the opening book, and the Lei Tingjie has a 30 minutes advantage, and Ju Wenjun actually played a move like rook d8. I remember maybe a very big mistake.
It was shaky. It was very shaky.
Yes.
Exactly. It could easily go to -2 at this point.
But actually, she comes back anyway. And I have to say it's really huge.
Championship. That's what they call a championship material. You know.
Yes.
This is why she is a world champion. Not the first time, not the second time. She will be a 4th time a world champion. If, again, we don't want to jinx anyone, she should bring this victory home today. And she will be very well deserved, especially after today's, the whole game. She conducted it perfectly. Really perfectly, except for this one moment when we saw the computer showed rook a2 was probably more precise, but again, apart from that one move, she played the game perfectly in a perfect technical style, and there is no reason for her not to finish it in her typical way.
And the knight b1 move today is really impressive.
Really great game. It's fantastic, fantastic battle. We should see we see the players on the screen. Really, both players are extremely focused. This is a very difficult, different focus, of course. Ju Wenjun knows she is going to win the match. Lei Tingjie needs to cope with this disappointment, with the bitterness.
Yes, and Lei Tingjie needs some luck here.
A lot of luck will be needed for her to continue. We can see from above. Ju Wenjun, I love the way that she is taking the time, making sure you know, this is a spot you don't want to blunder. You don't want to make any fast decisions.
Yes. Actually, she played knight b5. Alik, you do a good job. Knight b5.
Yes. This is
really a good move.
A move that really shows. pinpoints all the problems of black's position. The knight on b5 protects from the check on a3. Now, after she played rook c2, now rook e8 is really just a check, and you are actually entering yourself into a fork. This is a position. You know, there are moves in such a difficult position as black is in. There are moves that kind of underline all the problems of your position, and they really make you want to stop this suffer and just resign and go home, you know.
Actually, if this game is a normal game, for me, if I just play a tournament and to this position, I just resign. But actually, I don't think Lei Tingjie will do that.
Yeah, I also think that in a World Championship match, it's very hard, especially in the last game. Yeah, it's very hard to force yourself to resign because you will then think, okay, maybe I could find some chances. I had another chance. So you basically are saying to yourself, okay, I will exhaust any option I have, even if it's a 1 in a million chance. I must try it, of course.
Yes. Even if I lost my rook here, maybe I try to find some stalemate until the game is totally lost.
So what could we do as black? We could try to give a check. We could try to give a check here. And we can try to go king f6, right?
Yes.
And not to blunder on d6, hoping for all kinds of things.
Yes,
right?
actually rook c4.
If rook c4.
Yes, rook f2.
You can see the computer evaluation drops. It's not, the problem here is that even this is not even remotely a draw, because this pawn starts rushing, but
it gives black some chances. Even if
there are some chances, because once we eliminate all those kingside pawns, we will get at least some kind of a chance, right? And for instance, we go d6, then we go d7 probably.
Yes, I want to say even if
problematic move.
Yes, I want to say even if I play h5, you play d8, you have 2 knights. I still have a chance to draw.
Right, right, because the knights will be misplaced, but even here you are even not so fast getting this d8 done, right? Because now we suddenly develop some counterplay. So as you can see, miracle, yes. Such an unimaginable one, no, because you can make such a mistake, right? You can think, okay, d7, d8 is game over, but not so fast, because I managed to create some counterplay with rook e2 and rook d2, and for this reason, of course, Lei Tingjie will not resign sooner than it's really over, and now it's not yet over.
Yes, actually, but rook f3, king e4, white actually can take the pawn with knight. For example, king f6, knight d6. Yeah, but I don't want to say how white can win this position, because it's too many moves for white to win. But actually, you need to find the move in the game. And look at the clock. Ju Wenjun only have 16 minutes. You have no time increasement in any case. So this is what the time she needs to play until the game finished. So maybe if Lei Tingjie can manage to make some traps, and let's say, for example, if I find a trap and you cost you 3 minutes to find a way to solve it.
Another trap, another 3 minutes. Yes.
Yes, and this is how black can save the position. The only chance.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
But need some miracle, or maybe. And actually, even if Ju Wenjun fell into a big time trouble, like only 1 minute, it's still big chance to win the game.
Of course, I don't think she will get there. She will not allow herself to get all the way down to the last minutes. Again, and it's important that she has increment. In this position, she can make many safe moves before to get her time quite fast, to get her time up.
And Lei Tingjie made a move.
Tingjie made a move. We can see that she played rook b6. This is quite a surprising move to us.
Yes.
But it's actually quite a nice one. Because the point is that if you go to c7, we maybe cling to this score to the pawn on c4, but white played knight b4, knight d4. Sorry,
yes.
Knight d4 is a good solid move. The knight goes to e6. The king will go to d4.
Yes.
Those two knights, you can see how they control the whole board, how they prevent the rooks from working. Lei Tingjie is not giving up so easily. Rook a3 check.
I think king e4
King
will.
e4 should come, and now maybe c3. You know, maybe some counterplay. We will try. Why not?
Yes.
What do we have to lose? Just a world championship match. That's all what we have to lose. But the game is pretty much lost anyway. So I like the way that Lei Tingjie is trying to exhaust the every resource she has available, basically.
Yes. And I think c3 will be on the board as soon because
c3 is already
yes.
on the board. You
Yeah.
can see it on your screen. You can see it on the board. Ju Wenjun looks a little bit surprised. She took a few seconds to write her move. You know, when the player holds her hand but doesn't move straight away to right and stares at the board, you kind of know that she is in the process of calculating. Still,
yes.
Usually it comes as when the player is surprised, right? So the world champion was not expecting this. This, again, not major. The computer says it's nothing to worry about at all. As a human, though, you start a little bit, you know, you start feeling just a bit uncomfortable because
yes.
rook b2, it's all a tiny bit of counterplay, right?
Yes. For example, if white play knight fe2, this is not a very good move. And black play rook b2, you cannot play rook c3. If you play this, I just take and rook f2. It's very close to a draw now.
Here's a good example how things can go wrong very fast for white, because this pawn doesn't queen at all.
Yes.
And we just take the other pawn, and now the rook will rush all the way and happily give itself as a sacrifice to the rook, to the pawn on
d6.
d6, and this will be a draw. So, of course, the world champion will not allow that. And I would actually consider a move like knight d3,
yes.
preventing a move like rook b2, and also putting a trap of my own.
Yes.
I want to check you on e5 and knight c4, winning one of the rooks.
Yes, this actually this is one of the things white really wants to have, because if black play every move, let's say just if black is an engine, and you know it played every move accurate, you still have some worry about can I win this position. Yes, but the easiest way for you to win this position is black fell into a trap, and then you are released. For example, black play h5 and knight e5, knight c4, and you just
yes.
you are really relaxed. So
you might as well really do that. Of course, you can also, I think, a move like king d3. Yes. Although the computer, the bar drops a little bit, but it might be just the safest way to go. But then
rook
again,
b2,
rook b1,
b1,
and rook goes to h1. So
yes.
black will try. The way for black to create any practical chances here is to try to win one of those pawns. And once we win one of those, the other one will immediately be under attack, or we can at least try and exchange the remaining pawn. And then all we will need to do is just sacrifice the rook for
the
for
d pawn.
it's a lot to hope for in a position, because as you can see, this pawn is so advanced. We don't have
Yes.
all the time in the world, right? So
This pawn is unstoppable.
so with the right play, it's impossible to do. But at least we have some chance, some hope. At least we know what we're trying to get, and this is what we should work for.
And here, Ju Wenjun is still
Ju Wenjun is
thinking.
still thinking. As you said, she is down to 12 and a half minutes. Still quite a lot of time, of course. But
Yes, but
getting closer to
yes,
the limit that you have set.
and knight
She played knight
E2.
fe2, and a move that you
I think
said is not the best.
yes. How about rook b2 here?
So rook b2. Let's see, and we might even see it quite fast by Lei Tingjie.
Yes.
Although even a move like rook b1 is also possible, maybe. Yeah.
Yes, for example, knight c3, you will go rook h1. But now, I'm not sure if I not blunder. Can I play f3?
Wow. That's so if I take, you take with the knight.
Yes, I think.
King f6.
Actually, anyway, this is also some progress. Progress for black.
Some technical issues are still there, because the rooks are really attacking from all kinds of sides, etc. Although right now you don't have even one check,
Yes.
because this knight is covering a4, this one is covering e1,
Yes.
and but for instance, a move like d6 is very tricky. It's
Very tricky, yes.
Very dangerous for a human player to make, because I think, okay, king e6, and now there is a move like knight d4, and using the fact that two knights are generating so many possible forks.
Yes.
But the world champion did play king d3, which, as we said, is so rook b2, king d3 was on the board. Should we expect a rook b1, or is there a better chance for the challenger?
I think I will choose. But if you play rook a1, I have rook c3, which means my rook is come to attack your king. This is not a good thing, I think. So maybe rook b1 is the move here.
Rook b1 looks like, and we actually managed to get the king down to d3, which is good, right? Because it has less potential to support the pawn in her run to promotion. So Lei Tingjie keeps fighting, keeps finding the smallest of resources, the smallest of chances. But Ju Wenjun, of course, she is steering the game towards a win, slowly but surely, right? She
Yes.
is laser focused not to allow any counterplay. And you know, I'm thinking, maybe I'm wrong. I wanted to say that maybe she is planning to play knight g3 to even prevent a shred of counterplay, but then there is rook d1, so it might not be so easy to. You cannot prevent all the counterplay, right? Because here, all of a sudden, black will start getting chances to attack the pawn on d5, to attack the knight on d4, all kinds of things. Because rooks, you know, they also have some abilities of their own. So
Especially in the endgame.
exactly. With pawns on, as we said, pawns on both sides, the knights can be a little bit clumsy, getting from one side to another. The rooks are very fast. One move, it's there. One move, it's back to the queen side. So this could be, but Lei Tingjie is still thinking. And now I think the consideration is whether you want to exchange the rooks now. But now I think it's very, very different from what we discussed, what
Yes.
she could have done 15 moves ago or something like that, when she had the chance. Instead of bishop g7 here,
20
she could
minutes
have,
ago.
20 moves ago.
20 minutes.
She could have played rook a1, the much stronger way to hold, forcing the exchange of the rooks, and then forcing the exchange of the bishops. This would be a different story, still probably winning for white, but much, much more difficult, because
Yes.
now, if you want to bring the king all the way to hit the pawn, you will face some serious counterplay by the rook, which didn't happen in our game. Because white always had one rook covering the back rank.
Yes.
But this is history. It will enter the history books, of course. But now this is the situation.
Yes, and actually now the mainly reason you cannot play rook c2 is because white can play knight c2. You cannot move your rook to h1. This
This
yes.
is also important. That exactly, the rook cannot go there, and if we try to go from the second knight
Yeah.
will hold this one as well. This is really not pleasant at all, to say the least. Of course, put very mildly. But Lei Tingjie is looking for chances. You can see there was a short moment of frustration after the time control on her face. Now she is back to her game face. She is looking for ways to complicate matters, to muddy the waters. Whatever she can do, she will try. Tell me something. Do we want to maybe attack the pawn on d5? Do we have the time for
Yes, on knight c3 I think we have no
knight
time.
c3? So if we take again, a knight takes here, a knight goes back, and this is
the game over.
game over. And if not, then there's not much we can do really, right?
Yes, actually I think rook b1 is the only move I can.
Rook b1.
I can try.
Rook b1 is actually very valid.
Yes, maybe I don't need to waste a move king f6.
Oh, right away. Yes, as we said, to play rook b1, just straight for the counterplay.
Yes, actually I don't see a very easy line for white to win this position.
Well, the one that you suggested looks quite good, right?
Yes, but actually I think even if black play g takes f3, knight f3, still this is some progress for
there are still issues. Although again, you need to solve some to be careful, but this one will decide.
Yes.
And having only h pawns left, it means that you cannot push your pawn and exchange this one. This is very important, right?
Yes.
Because if black had the pawn on g, on the g file, doesn't matter.
So, Alik, I think you give me a very good advice. Maybe h5 for black here?
Maybe h5, okay. So
yes.
This is how we get to our truth here. After h5, can we just run?
Yeah, of course. And
so I want to play king e5, maybe followed by knight e4, right?
yes, this is a perfect move. Actually, I think I have not got too much moves here.
This is the final game of the Women World Championship match between Ju Wenjun and Lei Tingjie. Ju Wenjun, the world champion, has an absolutely winning position in this final game. If she wins, she will retain her title. because currently the match is a level after 11 games. And I think Lei Tingjie played rook b1. No,
Yeah. I think yes.
she played, yes,
Yes.
she played rook b1. She decided, of course, not to exchange the rooks. As we have shown, the rook exchange would make things, this time would have made things easier for white. Rook b1, she keeps fighting. This is the essence of this match so far, right? Fight, just
Yes.
all out fight. And those players, extremely pleasant and nice personalities over the board. They're friends, off the board. They're friends off the board. Fearless competitors and tireless fighters on the board. So even in this position, as you said, many would have given up here already, would have resigned, would have just, sometimes when you are having such a unpleasant lost position, you want to get it over with it as
Yes.
fast as you can, and you start playing moves just to make for the record, so to
Yes.
speak. But not them, not her, not Lei Tingjie, and not Ju Wenjun. She's also not rushing into anything, right? Both are using their time after the time control. Of course, you can understand why Ju Wenjun is using all her time, because she doesn't want to misstep, to give unnecessary chances. Because as we have seen, one careless move, when we try to make some lines, one careless move and the bar suddenly drops, you have
Yes.
all kinds of troubles. And the danger in this position is that you make one tiny mistake, it doesn't really feel. It
Yes.
makes your work slightly harder. Then you make another one, because if you get careless, it gets a little bit more harder. Then all of a sudden you need to really find maybe an only move to go
Yes,
on,
yes.
and you're not ready for this. So this is the danger of such positions, and the world champion wants to make sure we don't get there.
Actually, in this kind of positions, sometimes you will play some moves quickly, just like I know I win this position. I'm sure I can win this. And then when you find you make some mistakes and you are in some troubles to make some only moves, you will not have this concentrate on to play these moves.
Exactly. So for this, I love the way that Ju Wenjun keeps her concentration, keeps calculating, and I think she played your move, if I'm not mistaken. She took on c3, rook h1 is on the board, and I think she played f3, if I'm not mistaken. f3
Yes.
is on the board, gf3, knight f3. This is the current position, just like we predicted.
I think
Good for us.
Yes,
Let's
good
start
for us.
with this. Not so good for black, because this means that the world champion sidestepped most critical
Yes.
dangers, but she still needs to make sure she brings the king to the center safely, doesn't allow any tactics to happen, right?
Yes. So
How do we find a way for Lei Tingjie to fight?
I think first
to keep fighting. Rook f1, she found this way. So she keeps attacking. I think her way of defending this position would be to keep attacking whatever she can attack.
Yes.
She will keep attacking. And
here, I think king e4 seems like a natural move.
king e4 is the natural move.
Yes, Alik, when we talk about this position, I want to say I really don't want to play black, and then I recognized that Lei Tingjie is still playing with black. I should do not this thing. I need to try my best for her to help her to find the best move, because this is a very good thing in chess, especially in top players. They always have this kind of things.
Absolutely, always fighting, always trying. Ju Wenjun played knight d4.
Knight d4, and actually, I don't know how what should black do in this position? Maybe rook a1.
Maybe rook e1.
Rook
a1.
I mean,
is also a move.
I mean rook a1, but I'm not sure.
I want to keep this knight pinned, and I want to prevent you from playing king e4.
Yes, rook e1.
How do you proceed? Do you play d6 here? I'm not sure you
I
want
don't
to
want
play.
to play.
Yes,
Yes,
I think you're afraid to play it, and I will
Yes.
play against it.
I'm not ready for it actually. Actually, to be honest, I want to play knight f3 and then rook f1, king e4.
Okay,
sorry for
I
this.
offer a draw.
No,
Maybe
I mean knight f3, rook f1, and king e4.
Yeah, but again, if I can at least stop you somehow, and as you said, the time. Well, Ju Wenjun still has plenty of time. Of course, she has 11 and a half minutes on her clock to solve whatever Lei Tingjie can throw at her. You know what I would try to do? I would try to push h5. I will explain why.
This move is
I want to get to h3. So then I have another option in my sleeve to go rook g1, g2.
Yes. This is a good move, I think. And
of course, it might well be that you will have a queen by then, but
Yeah.
if you don't. But again, d6 is a move that I would be extremely scared to make.
Yes.
When my pieces are like that,
I'll
right?
ping the
The
knight.
king is far away, the knight is pinned, the rook is passive. I don't know, it feels, the computer says it's okay. To a human, it feels like my hand would be really shaky
Yes.
if I decided to make such a move. In any case, Lei Tingjie plays king e7. Actually, a move we haven't considered, but makes perfect sense, right? I want to
Yes.
stop the pawn, and with the king on d6, well, the king is not going to d6, of
Maybe
course.
d7.
But maybe on d7 I can hold it right. And this is again Lei Tingjie keeps fighting. She not giving anything for free to white. King c4. I like the way that the king goes from this side because it's much more protected, right? The c file is covered by the rook, so the king feels much safer on the c file. And also the rook is much shorter on when the king is on c5.
Yes.
You know this concept, long rook or short rook. When the rook is checking from far away, we can call it a long rook, a long side. But here the rook is really can only give one check, and then the king is already there attacking the rook. So king c4. That's the problem if you're playing black. That's the problem of your position. You see it deteriorating with every move, right?
Yes.
Your opponent makes some sound normal moves, doesn't have to find anything, just not blunder, and your position just gets worse and worse, and you can do nothing about it. That's the biggest problem.
And Lei Tingjie played rook f4.
Rook f4, as we said, she will attack whatever she can.
Yes.
Probably king c5 still. On rook a5 check, one of the knights will go to b5.
Yes, for example,
this one. But again, here you see I blundered. Okay,
Yes.
I blundered on d4. So not late to blunder. Luckily for me, I blundered, but it's still winning after a move like rook c7 check. You cannot go up with the king, and I'm still winning. But of course, this would be a dream chance for the challenger. and I think she is going for it.
Yes.
And
This is one
really
of the trip.
a big shout out for the challenger. She is constantly seeking and finding those chances to muddy the waters, to make things more difficult for her opponent. And if
This
we
is
go
really
with this knight, then the knights are somewhat misplaced like this, right? So
actually, I think after rook a5, maybe white should go king b6. Maybe it's the
king b6 is a really good move.
and the next move I go knight cb5. But you know, in this kind of position, maybe you don't want to play this move with risk, because if you missed something and maybe you lost your knight on d4.
Right.
Yes.
So the world champion doesn't go with the king up. She brings her rook
Into the game.
and using the fact that rook a4 is not yet a threat, right? Because the knight is protected.
Yes.
But you remember, Lei Tingjie in a game, which game was it? When she was defending an opposite color, well, the game she lost actually.
Yes.
Game
yes.
7,
Game 8.
that she lost. She kept finding these ideas, and in one point, she had a draw.
Yes.
Right? It was also a lost position, but at one point, one mistake by the winning player, and bam, you have a draw. All of a sudden.
And actually, sometimes the draw moves rook d4. It's really amazing. It's hard to find for the who has the winning position.
Exactly.
And the Lei Tingjie, what she need to do is to find something like this. Not easy.
Not easy, and Ju Wenjun is extremely focused because she knows, there is this saying, there is not a harder thing in chess than winning a winning position. So
Yes.
this is the hardest thing to do. White has a material advantage, the commanding control of the center of the whole position, but still she needs to be careful. Of course, rook b2 looks very good, I have to admit, because once you bring the rook to the game, black will suddenly become very, very sad.
Yes, I don't want to add this monster to the board.
I would actually say that I would prefer not to have this pawn on h6 at all. And I will explain what I mean. So let's say I don't have a pawn. I would play a move like this here. And after setting another trap, of course, nobody will get into this trap. But just to show you what I'm meaning. Black could have an option to take here, and if white is careless, this is, I'm pretty sure this is stalemate.
Yes, this is stalemate.
The bar says white has won, but I'm pretty sure this is a draw.
Yes, I think the bar don't know the rules.
we broke the bar, guys.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure this is a theoretical draw because black cannot move and it's not under check.
So we are improving after the commentator. Yes, we wins the bar.
Broke the computer.
Yes.
This is just to show you how it can get wild.
Yes.
In a sense that chess is such a beautiful game. It can get very. The amount of possibilities is really enormous. Rook h4 played by Lei. Again, very understandable. She wants, as we said, she wants to attack whatever she can attack, right? And also getting the rook is further away from the knights. As I was saying, it suddenly hit me that, wait, a knight f5, but knight f5, relax, impossible. The knight is pinned. Actually, in a blitz game, knight f5 is a move which somebody could make, right?
So in the blitz game, if we play knight f5, it's just a lost, I think. maybe, or
it might be. I think the first time it's a warning, but then it's a loss. Yeah. So I'm still shocked about us breaking the bar, I have to say. Anyway, rook h4 is a move that needs to
for white, then you need
forces white to keep an eye
Yeah.
on the h pawn, and Ju Wenjun is down to 7.5 minutes, and now it's becoming really
the most exciting moment.
yeah. It's becoming tense, right?
Yes, yes.
And you know, everybody is tense. Everybody feels the tension.
Yes.
As the chat says, even the bar is tense. The bar was broken. You know.
Yes.
So, and the people, of course, the people feel they. You shall not forget. This is game number 12. They are tired, very tired after with all the calculation, with all the pressure, with everything that goes on. So the chance for mistakes is really rising. We are after 6 hours of play. It's also it doesn't contribute to freshness of mind.
Yes.
And your opponent, you know, if you're white, so yeah, you're winning, but you've been winning for the last 20 moves. Right?
Yes.
You are winning. That you know that you're winning, but your opponent is not losing. She refuses to lose. She refuses to go down, and she forces you to find solutions. Right, not big ones. But again, she forces you to find the win. You cannot move the king because the knight is hanging. This knight is pinned. The rook, all of a sudden, if you go there, right, you need to start calculating because you will need to give up this pawn on h2, and you are down to you have less than 6 minutes.
And
so
now
the bar says +6, but the bar also said skyrocketed when there was a draw on the board, a
Yes.
stalemate, right? So it's really not that easy, and we have seen many times in our various variations we made one sloppy move and it's all of a sudden
the game goes to draw.
a draw or close to a draw or a much more difficult win all of a sudden. So you need to solve it, and you can see on the world champion she is anything but relaxed. She is far from she knows that the win, she needs to earn it still. How do we do it? Do we take so the computer says just go rook b7. Of course the king cannot go
Yes,
up because this is knight b5 winning, but the king will can go to either d8 or maybe stay from the side. I'm not sure which one will be chosen by Lei Tingjie.
And now I think white has to okay, the position is
rook b7.
yes,
she
played.
did play rook b7,
and that means you have to sacrifice the h2 pawn.
exactly. And that means that she goes for the sacrifice. It has to be said, of course, the pawn on d6 is a huge force for white, but things have happened before and they might happen again. So you need to be extremely careful with white,
Yes.
not to blunder some exchange sacrifice, which might lead you to losing this pawn on d6, and then all of a sudden you can no longer win. So king f6 was played by Lei Tingjie.
And actually, no, maybe you cannot play d6. d6, can I play king e5? I'm not sure.
d6, king e5. Look at this. I don't know if the only move, but knight b5. The computer says not b5. You have to go. But what happens?
Rook
If we,
a4,
for instance,
yes.
rook a4.
King c5.
We
Oh, this
take on
is sick.
d4, but this is, as you said, this is sick. This is the exact phrasing, because this the check on e7 lets white win the game. But again, somehow when I have this position with white, if I need to calculate all those lines, I feel like something is going wrong.
Yes, And sometimes seems like you play some only moves to win. It's not your it's not really good to you in especially in time pressure. So this position still has some chances for the challenger.
Absolutely. And after King f6, 3 minutes and 40 seconds for the world champion, and she goes back with the rook. I think she goes back. She doesn't play d6. She goes back to,
Rook
I think,
d6?
to b2.
Oh, rook, oh.
She goes back to b2. So she, if Lei Tingjie goes back with the king to e7, we will have the same position we already had. That means that the world champion does not see a clear way. She is not ready to risk and play d6 yet.
Yes.
And who can blame her?
I think yes, d6 is really not an easy move to make in such a position. And I think if I am Lei Tingjie, I will just play king c7 immediately. To
keep the pressure, right? To put the pressure, but maybe she thinks, maybe I can improve maybe I can make my chances even higher, because, and she goes, where does she go? She moved the rook, I think, somewhere down the board. Did she go rook e8? We will see soon on the board. The GGT board is not yet updated. We can maybe we can see the players, just the players, because we are down to the last.
Yes, actually,
3 minutes.
I really don't like this.
Rook a8. Yes, Lei Tingjie played rook a8 and king c5 is on the board.
Yes, I really don't like this rook a8. It makes white to play easier, because maybe
the rook was hitting the knight on c3, and now the king is finally free to go forward. This is what white wants to do. And now it has to be said, the check, after a check on c8, white has the cover with the knight, and the knight is beautiful. You remember this coordination between the knight and the pawn. The rook will go to f2, will force the king farther from the pawn, and the pawn can run all the way forward. So maybe now the world champion has a clear path forward.
Yes, and
is this the final minutes of this match?
If black play rook a5 here, I can play knight cb5 here, and then next move knight c6.
And now the big difference here compared to the line where I blundered with the rook on c2, black does not have rook b4 here because the knight is protected. So this will not work for Lei Tingjie. And what did she play? She played a move. She played rook h3. She's hitting the knight from the other side. What a resourceful defense. Trying to hit the knight. If the knight goes to e4, I think black will still try her last chance to play king e5. Although here even the rook e2, for instance, if rook e2, what happens? Rook a5, hitting you from the other side. If the knight goes to b5, I will take here. I will take the pawn, and now let's win this game, right? You have to, you have the pawn, you will win the game, but you have to start over winning the game. Right?
Yes, actually this is I think more difficult than the position with
exactly. This would be extremely more difficult. So the world champion doesn't go for it. She plays knight cb5, keeping the knights protected, right? We don't want to blunder anything.
Yes.
3 minutes for Lei Tingjie, 4 minutes for the world champion. The more important here is that the world champion, Ju Wenjun, has only 4 minutes. Ideally for black, you would love to get her to 1 minute, right? And then, because then, as we have already said, with 1 minute on the clock, half of your attention is on the clock, right?
Yes. And actually, if you are down 1 minute, when you make a trap, maybe your opponent has no time to find the trap. So this is really important. But now I think 4 minutes, even if first, I think for black to find a trap in this position is very difficult. But even if she finds 4 minutes, is still enough.
Exactly. And it seems that really she is breaking through. The world champion Ju Wenjun is breaking through the defense of Lei Tingjie. The knights finally found their coordination. The knight on c6 will defend a very key point, key square on d8, so the king can march to d6, pushing black even further, even one more step forward. And Lei Tingjie needs to find a way. Can she pose any problems to White's plan to put one more obstacle?
Yes.
Maybe rook d8, rook e3. She
E3,
plays
yes.
rook e3. What is the point of this move?
To make sure her king can come
She
back.
wants to go king e7, preventing a check, but I think knight c6 is very, very bad news for her. And I think the world champion played a move. D6. She actually played d6. She feels that, okay, now it's already time for the pawn push. The knight on d4, it covers the very key square on e6.
And now I think I will go rook c8. My
Rook
last
c8.
trap. Okay, nice. Nice c7.
Oh, but look at this. This is the last trap.
Yeah.
White can still lose if you play careless, you know, eclipse of whatever, brain eclipse for 1 second. King d5, and all of a sudden,
the women's world champion.
The world champion is a different name. It's not what you expect it to be. So, rook c8. Yes, you said you can try one last trap. Why not? Because you know that the position is helpless. You know that knight c7 is probably coming. But there is a 1 in a million chance knight d5, king d5 will happen. Why not use it?
Yes. And but
Lei Tingjie plays the sound move, right? King e5. What is the point after d5? Can we after d7? Sorry, does black have a way to?
Actually, I think
to put some pressure.
I think there is still no...
Not d7, not happened. No, the world champion keeps her knights together. Knight c6 checks. She is razor focused. And the point being, I think, that here this knight will come to d4.
Knight
c7.
Knight c7. Yes.
Sorry, of course, knight c7. And here we just take the rook, and this is game over, of course. How can black go here?
These two knights are nightmare for black.
Very, very tough position, and it looks like the world champion really broke through the immense defensive efforts by Lei Tingjie. This is the current position on the. Sorry, we will update the.
Yes.
This is the board after knight c6 check. Lei Tingjie down to 23 seconds. She goes forward.
E4,
she goes king e4. Yes, she brings the king forward. Of course, because king e6 would run into knight e7 check.
Yes, and now why not d7? I
looks
think the point of Lei Tingjie is want to play, for example, d7. I just go king f3. I ignored everything.
And run, Forrest, run with the king as far. d7 is played. The world champion played d7. Of course, this is a dead loss for black, but Lei Tingjie is still she still hasn't resigned, and until she is resigned, I think she is ready. She wants to give one of the rooks for the knight and pawn. She would love to do that. I think for her, unfortunately for her, Ju Wenjun will not let her let this happen. Rook d3 is on the board, so she played rook d3 here.
This is.
So this is clever, right? She wants to on d8, of course. She wants to take on d8, and as you said, it's more difficult. It's more difficult for white to win this than with those two knights for a rook. But
knight d6.
Knight d6. I think the nasty threat here is rook b8. I think.
This is.
And
I think this is game over.
Check.
King d5.
You will take here, and here. The knight will go to c8, but again, and we see a resignation by Lei Tingjie. Ju Wenjun defends her title. A fantastic match, fantastic game today. Great battle of two great players, two great personalities.
Yes.
Until the very end. And Rook B8, actually this is the final move of the match. Rook B8, great win in the last round by the world champion.
And actually this is the first time the world champion leads in the score.
Yeah, right, and what a time to take the lead. 6.5, 5.5. This is the final score. Ju Wenjun defends her title. She remains the world champion. A fantastic match, a fantastic game, really a masterpiece, a positional masterpiece by Ju Wenjun today.
Yes, and congratulations to her. And we will also put our hats to the biggest respect to her opponent, Lei Tingjie.
Absolutely, a great fight. We have said it all. Guys, don't go anywhere. The players are getting to the press conference, the last press conference of the match. The emotions, of course, are high. And Shu, we have said it all about the game, about the players. More will be said in the press conference. I think it's a good time now to thank, first of all, to thank all of you for watching those 12 last 3 weeks, those exciting 12 games. Thanks to our production team. Thanks to our sponsors whose logos are behind us. Thanks
to everyone who support us and watch us. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thanks for our amazing team that was behind us. We will, yes, we are thanking everybody because it will take time because there are so many people to thank for. Thanks for our the guy who was here from the very beginning, solving all the problems, our media director, David Yada, who got you all the content, to our production team who were here. It wasn't smooth, it wasn't easy, but they were overcoming all kinds of issues. Thanks for all the team here. Thanks you. It was such a huge pleasure to work with you those 3 weeks, those 12 games.
Thank you, Alik.
And I hope, thank you guys, and of course the biggest thanks for the players. They are there at the World Championship, at the last press conference. Thanks FIDE for giving us this honor to be here. Stay there.
再次卫冕成功。好，那么先说一下棋吧，还是想先请2位棋手谈一下今天这盘棋的过程。居文君。
今天这盘棋其实双方都是下得非常的激烈吧，我觉得。然后在可能一个残局中，我觉得黑棋，就是可能他没有注意到我的那个马 B1之后，局面陷入了被动，最后就可能就是白方转换成了一个胜利的一个残局。
雷霆杰。
我觉得可能在残局当中，可能处理的不是特别好。我觉得那个棋应该是有和棋的机会。那后面我的对手下的挺好的，我觉得也没有什么就是再反击的机会吧。
布局阶段有几个问题想问一下。首先想问一下娟君，今天的布局选择好像特别激烈，是这个策略就是要在今天最后一盘棋想要发起进攻是吗？下得更加的凶狠一点。
对，其实今天这盘棋也是怎么说呢，在布局上是就是准备了一个比较激烈的变化，那么也是做好了就是一个非常非常激烈的或者说战斗的一个这个一个准备。
然后想问一下，还是想问一下娟君那个。在中间有一个地方，你象吃 F6， 然后让雷霆杰，把你那个 A、B 的2个通路联兵给，就是吃掉了。你当时是为什么会做那样的选择？
就是我印象当中，就是可能我跟我印象中，我觉得这个棋可能白的还可以，但是我可能我在比赛中我也不是那么确定，然后。 不管是他局 A5 包括后 A5，我觉得这个局面都非常的复杂。但是当时马 B3之后，我可能也觉得没有办法再去等待了，所以我就选择就直接进行了一个交换。
那当时交换完，你的判断是什么样？
我其实我觉得双方都有机会吧，我没有觉得哪一方会有明显的好这样。
那个问一下雷霆杰，当时朱文君走后 C3 之后，你当时没有任何思考，就很快就和他把皇后交换掉了。当时那个局面你怎么判断，然后以及怎么做，为什么做那样对后的一个选择？
我觉得那个局面对于黑的来讲，应该不会有太大的问题，但可能我走的不是特别的精确，可能在后 C3 完了以后，我可能也可以考虑走 F6之类的。但是我当时想了对完后这棋可能没有什么太大的问题，然后就走了。
后面的E5可能是一步不好的招法。
有可能应该考虑走车 A3，我也不太清楚，或者说那个局面就等待吧。我觉得E5的话，把自己的兵型结构打散了，对，
当时一个挺好的兵型，所以好，那这盘棋的这个对局的过程我们就先问到这里。现在就是因为最后一场新闻发布会，大家有很多想问的问题。首先想问一下这个朱文君此时此刻的心情怎么样？还有最想感谢的人？
此时此刻我的心里非常激动，言语很难表达我现在的心情。那么也是经历了一个漫长的比赛，双方都我认为都带来了精彩并且非常有美丽或者艺术的对局。那么我下到这里，我想感谢我们就是这次为我付出的我的团队，就包括上海的后勤团队，包括我的教练，就是那个我的韦毅和哈里克里什南，然后感谢他们对我这么多天的一个支持，然后也感谢我们上海和重庆各方面为此次比赛付出辛勤劳动的公司组织以及社会相关人士，谢谢。
好，那刚才你说了你的这个团队成员韦毅和哈里克里什南，还可以多说一点关于团队的问题吗？比如你们在一起合作了多久？比赛期间是怎么样进行工作的？
我们就是更多的是他们会给我一些开局方面的建议，并且让我可能有更多的时间去投入国际象棋。
好，那个也想问一下雷霆杰，你的团队能不能公开？然后是不是也想和团队说些什么？
首先我很感谢我的团队，然后陪伴我就是走完整个比赛过程。虽然说这个比赛输掉了，但是怎么讲呢？我觉得走到这一步的话，其实也是很不容易的。然后首先感谢我的教练Timur Radebov， 然后还有我男朋友Raymond Song 一直陪着我。然后整个比赛的话，当然还有重庆棋院还有重庆体育局他们的大力支持。然后包括其实我在上海的话，也度过了比较愉快的时光吧。然后感谢重庆和上海所有工作人员还有他们的付出和辛勤劳动。
想问一下朱文君，这个整个比赛最困难的时刻，还有在哪一天哪一盘之后有没有最有信心的时刻？分别是什么时候？
我觉得最困难的时刻可能是我 就是我在上海的，就是在重庆第一轮比赛还没开始之前吧，那个时候我可能一方面分数落后，一方面呢，觉得可能目前的就是各方面都非常陷入一个比较落后的情况。那么自信可能是我觉得更多的是放下了内心的包袱和一些压力，自己就轻装上阵。包括这里其实包括王平老师他也陪我就是陪我可能帮助我后勤嘛，很关心我，对，也帮助我能够更好的去投入国际象棋。
那你觉得这整个比赛赢下来，最后最重要的因素是什么？
我觉得还是最重要的因素。
你刚才提到了自信，是吗？
好像没有提到自信，但是我觉得最重要的因素就是我觉得还是更投入国际象棋，或者说是有了团队的支持，让我就是可以更轻松，或者说心态上更加的去放松去下棋。当然我的对手他其实这次比赛也下得非常精彩，那只能说是我更幸运一点。
那下一个问题就是问雷霆杰，就是说这场比赛其实双方在很多对局里都下得非常精确，下得非常好，也是直到了最后一刻最后一盘才分出胜负。这样就是说这样非常的焦灼的这样失败，会让你的感受稍微好一点，还是会更加遗憾？
没有吧，我觉得作为一个棋手，你肯定要接受很多失败。那可能对于现在的我来讲，可能这个失败可能是我目前棋艺生涯当中可能遇到的最大的失败。但对于我来讲，这比赛终究有一个人会获胜。那获胜的现在是母姐。那对于我来说，其实我不会觉得自己是失败者。那我从之前走到现在来，我觉得自己其实也有进步，然后自己也有成长。所以我觉得这一次失败可以定义为，就是我这个怎么讲呢？生命当中的成长吧。我不会想着它是一场失败。
好，下一个问题，Ju Wenjun，赢下这场对抗赛之后，准备怎么庆祝？然后你很快就要去参加世界杯，然后下一个目标是什么？那个比赛的目标是什么？
我觉得，对我来说，能够在我热爱的棋面前，能够去认真的、努力的去下好每一盘棋，对我来说就是一件非常幸运并且快乐的事情。那么至于如何庆祝，我觉得可能更多的是回去与家人就是可能庆祝，但是可能也没有什么特别的方式。那么至于后面的世界杯，那么也是非常有趣的一个比赛。我只是希望自己能够更多的去展现自己，然后去下好每一盘棋。
好，那雷霆杰就是觉得自己下一次再进入候选人赛，并且再在候选人赛中胜出，再做回到这个赛场的机会有多少？有没有信心？有没有这个打算？
你现在问一个失败者有什么信心和打算？那我觉得怎么讲呢？就像母姐讲的，棋是我们都热爱的，但是其实对于我自身来讲，我不是特别看重成绩吧。我觉得，你要问我下一次比赛然后回来的信心有多少，我现在可以告诉你，我自己都不知道。我可能只会想着，如果有一个比赛，那我可能就尽量去把握这个机会。 那如果说最后没有出现或者怎么样，我觉得都是一个接受的过程。那下棋就坦坦荡荡的吧，想太多也没什么用。
会咬紧牙关再去拼吗？
我觉得很难讲。
难，
很难讲。
很难讲，需要休息一下。那最后娟君那个对一直支持你的棋迷也好，关注这场比赛的棋迷也好，说几句吧。
感谢大家的关注。那么这次也很开心，我觉得所有的对局都是非常精彩，并且是我觉得在职业生涯以来是非常高质量的对局。那么也感谢大家的支持，也希望在今后能够更多的关注，或者说更多的人去投入国际象棋去热爱它。
好，谢谢两位棋手。然后我们记者朋友们有什么问题？
其实我觉得，其实大家都是非常的努力和艰辛。那我觉得更多的来说是相对来说，我觉得可能我更有经验一点吧，毕竟我年纪也要比雷霆姐大一些。那么更多的是一种我觉得就是精益求精，并且是一个热爱棋的一个态度。那我觉得更多可能就是我对棋是怎么说呢？更多的投入
继续。
我觉得，最大的因素可能就是我没有其他太多的顾虑，然后我可以把心思就放在棋上，因为我的家人，包括我的父母，因为我有一个很有爱的家庭，那家庭里面的所有人都是支持我，然后关爱着我，所以对于我来说，我可以做到心无旁骛去放在棋上面。那所以我觉得心无旁骛可能是重点吧。那当然，其实走到这一步的话，我觉得可能就像母姐讲的，都是努力的，都是辛苦的。但是我觉得就是我能在这儿跟母姐下这场比赛，其实我觉得就挺开心的吧。就我觉得我自己能走到这儿，也挺好的。
好，还有哪位记者朋友有问题问棋手？
我觉得我肯定不能算劳模，我觉得我只是相对来说，我可能对棋会怎么说呢？因为我没有什么特别的爱好，所以我可能更多的时间放在了棋上。那么我不觉得自己是个劳模，但是我觉得相对来说，我只是希望自己能够我努力了，尽力了，然后不管结果如何，我努力了就好。
那我就这个问题，追问一下两位棋手，平常训练的话，每天花在棋上的时间有几个小时？娟君，大概？
我觉得其实可能在 小时左右吧，5到6个可能这样。
雷霆姐呢？
哦，跟母姐差不多吧。
好，那是挺多。好，还有我们其他媒体朋友有问题吗？
我觉得谢军和侯一凡都是国际象棋历史上非常杰出，并且可以说是非常天才或者有才华的棋手。那么他们的成功都是非常杰出，并且是我觉得是不可复制的吧。然后那对我来说，其实我也没有想好，关于今后的什么第5次什么的，对我来说，我只要努力了、尽力了就可以了，没有想那么多。
好，还有其他问题吗？没有。好，那我们现在就来到 OK， let's welcome Anna to host the English part.
Thank you. Welcome to the final press conference of the FIDE Women's World Championship match. Ju Wenjun won 12th game, last classical game, and managed to defend her title. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you to both players for joining us. Ju Wenjun, you must be really happy to have defended your title. So can you tell us how are you feeling right now, and what was the first thought when the game was over?
Actually, I'm very excited, and also because it's finally finished, so it's excited and relief in the same time. But most likely, it's very emotional now, and. For the game, actually, I was very focused until the very end. So when the finish, I thought, okay, it's white queens. That's it.
Thank you. After the first game that you won during this match, I asked you in the scale from 1 to 10, how happy were you? And your answer was 8. Is it more now?
Now, okay. I feel it's 9, okay.
9.
Because it's finished.
Okay, thank you so much. And how would you compare it to the previous World Championship? Is the excitement level now that you won the same as before? Is it bigger? Or the first time was somehow more special? Can you compare it?
Actually, I think each time is very special for me, and I feel in this time I feel okay. It's really good. I mean, good quality the chess game, and I think both players are playing very well this time, and I feel okay. It's lucky for me.
Thank you. And Lei Tingjie, thank you so much for joining us again. I know it's a difficult moment, but you both played great throughout the whole match. Does the fact that the match was so close makes the disappointment a bit smaller, or maybe because it was so close, it's even more painful to lose this one? Can you tell us your feeling?
I mean, just right now, I just think that, okay, finally the match finished. Then, no more pressure. And there are so many things look forward to do it. So for me, it's like kind of a release.
And what are you looking forward to the most now?
Maybe eat some tasty food.
Okay, hopefully you will get that very soon. Thank you so much for the answer. And Yeah, let's start, Ju Wenjun, with you. What made the difference today? How would you describe today? Was the critical moment of the match for sure? Do you think it was experience, preparation, or maybe ability to handle the pressure?
Okay, I feel maybe when she played knight b3, I take some time and decided to play bishop f6. But after that, I feel it's complicated. And in the endgame, I feel black is fine. But maybe she didn't see this knight b1, and after that, white is better. And then it's very difficult to defend.
And so, in general, you think it was strictly chess connected, or something more like experience helped you, or ability to handle this emotional?
I feel maybe okay, maybe it's just I was just more lucky, and also I feel that some prep is helped me. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Lei Tingjie, how do you feel? What made the difference today?
I think just like the last question, for me, okay, I lost a game, I lost a match, but yeah, there are a lot of things to look forward. And yeah, I mean, I will still play chess. I mean, I will try my best to play chess. So, and also, I mean, actually, I'm very happy to play with her in this match, and I learned a lot. So, I mean, yes, probably I will come back in the future, but it's hard to say.
Thank you. And what do you think are the biggest lessons that you can take from this match for the future?
I think the biggest part is the first thing I think is how can you control yourself under such pressure, and also I learned some spirit from my opponent, just fight for every game and fight until the end. So such things like this.
Thank you. And Ju Wenjun, any lessons, any things that this almost 3 weeks have taught you?
Yes. I mean, this tournament means a lot for me. Also, I learned some from my opponent. I feel she is really has some fighting experience and plays nice. And for me, it is I mean, it is a very long tournament, and it really means a lot for me.
Thank you. Do you think the fact that you played previously 2 matches, because the match format is very specific, very long, as you mentioned, do you think it has helped you?
Yes, I guess I was more experienced for this match, but I feel when we are in the game, then we're just focused in the game.
Thank you. And let's talk for a moment about today's game. Are you willing to share how deep the preparation was today? And also, from the opening perspective, there were some ideas with G5. Did you know them, or were you considering them, Ju Wenjun?
Well, yes, I know them, but let's say there are many choices for black, and I just ready to play in this any positions in this this line.
Thank you. Lei Tingjie, I don't want to ask this question too much, but I believe since it was a critical moment, it would be good to know when you played e5 and then knight f5, you lost the pawn on e5 afterwards. Can you tell a bit more about this decision? Were you evaluating it's fine, or was it a mistake? Can you tell about this moment?
Yeah, I mean, I think knight b1 was a good idea for white, but before I play e5, I think I already considered about it, but I didn't take it seriously. So I think yeah, overall, I think E5 was a big mistake for this game. But yeah, at that point, probably I should play carefully.
Thank you. Ju Wenjun, you mentioned the moment when you took bishop f6. Can you tell? Can you tell about it? Because there was, for example, Engine really preferred to choose something else. So, did you want to simplify, or like, of course, this is totally different. But like, what was your strategy at this point?
Okay, I think maybe I can try rook a2, but at that moment I was confused that maybe I'm fine after bishop f6 or after rook a2. I'm not sure if it's good for me, so I decided to take that.
Did you want to simplify, or?
I just think it's more like complicated, but okay, knight rook a2 is also a good move.
Okay, thank you. And moving on from the game, now that the match is over, can you tell us a little more about the team that was here with you, about the preparation, maybe about your time here? Ju Wenjun?
Okay, for chess, I want to thank that my coach Wei Yi and also Hare Krishnan, and also for a company I want to thank Miss Wang Ping, who's who works from Shanghai Chess Center, and she accompanied with me in the Chongqing whole time.
Can you tell how long you were working together to prepare for this match?
Okay, actually, it's about not very long. Actually, for Wei, it's about half year, and for Hare Krishna, it's even less. But they really helped me a lot, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Lei Tingjie. Any words about your team? Can you reveal who was here with you and how was the preparation to the match?
Okay, my coach is Timur Rajabov, and also my boyfriend Raymond Song also goes with me. And I think overall our preparation was not so bad, and I was very happy to work with him, and we have like good time together.
And how does it look like when you work with your team? Do you work on chess? Can you give us some background? Of course, if not, that's okay. Or do you do also non-chess related activities together?
Yeah, I also have a psychologist, and also, spare time, you also need to go to the gym or something like this. But and also I have like a good team, not only like chess stuff. Like I have how to say that? I think it's Chongqing Chess Association or like Chongqing Chess Center. They help me a lot, and also. There are so many people support me, like my parents and my family. So yeah, there are a lot of people. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, my next question was about that because of course, the outcome is different than what you would have wanted, but you gained many fans all over the world, and you have for sure many supporters close to you. So do you have any message, anything you would like to say to them?
Okay, I would like to say thank you guys. Follow me and follow our tournament, and hopefully you can enjoy playing chess in the future, and also look forward to play better chess in the future.
Thanks. And I wanted still to ask you, what are the next steps for you? You mentioned that probably you will be back, so So yeah, can you tell about the next plans and also maybe something about preparation for the candidates?
I think I will take a long rest after this match because I want to spend more time with my family, and consider about the candidates. Okay, I think still have I don't even know what's the schedule for the candidates. So for me, I think I just focus on probably next tournament and. Yeah, so it's hard to say that you have exactly the plan for the chess.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Lei Tingjie. Ju Wenjun, is there anybody you would like to dedicate this victory to?
I want to thank to Shanghai Chess Center, Shanghai. Sports Bureau, and also I want to thank they've helped me to have a good team to prepare and also in chess and also in the life, and also I want to thank to Miss Wang Ping, who's accompanied me, and also Coach Wei Yi and Gershon.
Okay, thank you. And are you going to celebrate somehow tonight, or more, maybe better
tonight? Maybe no celebrate, just relax, and also just to let's just think about this day's game. Yeah.
Okay, and the last question. A few days ago, you were laughing during the game, and you promised.
Yes.
Kind of promised. Of course, if you don't want, you don't have to say. But would you feel comfortable telling us what were you thinking about?
Okay, it's about some Shanghai's some word dialect. Okay, it's funny for me, but it's.
How did it come to your mind during the game?
Somehow it's suddenly, but after that I realized that I should not smile or laugh during the game. Then I control myself, then it's not happen again.
You managed to control yourself, yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much to both players for joining us. That concludes our press conference. Congratulations, Ju Wenjun, once again for defending your title.
Thank you.